right, jury's
Move
coming in.
forward with this a little bit. See if we can go back to some things we may be able to agree on.
All right, sir.
All right.
Good luck.
First thing is that the money you were stealing, in addition to your income and the money you were borrowing, was not just to pay for drugs. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
All right. And would you agree that your stealing, in addition to the money you were borrowing, increased over the years as we moved towards June of 2021?
Repeat that, please, sir.
Sure. Would you agree that your stealing increased over the years as we move towards June of 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. And would you admit that your stealing increased, in particular, after the boat wreck?
No, sir. I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I think I continued to do it, but I don't. As I sit here today, I don't think I took more money that I should not have taken after the boat wreck than I did before the boat wreck.
Okay.
But again, those documents speak for themselves, Mr. Waters, and if that's the case, then that's the case. But as we sit here, I think that I probably wrongly took from clients and people that trusted me as much money before that boat wreck as after.
All right. And I'm just trying to get through this so we don't get bogged down like we did yesterday. All right.
I understand.
All right. So you wouldn't agree with me that in 2019 alone you stole about $3.7 million?
No, I think that's correct.
All right. And would you agree with me though that figure in 2019 was generally higher than any other year that you've been stealing since 2011?
In any year, sure, I'd agree with that.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about overall, the whole cycle. But
All right.
yeah, I would agree that in 2019, I stole more money than any other year.
Would you agree with me that from 2015 on, your legitimate income, while still very strong, was diminishing as a general matter?
Well, I think whatever my income is speaks for itself, but as a general rule, a plaintiff's lawyer doing what we do, income ebbs and flows. You have some really good years, you have some really lean years, and no, I think I had some good years. Maybe not the $4 and $5 million years, but I think I had some $2 and $3 million years in there, and my caseload was such that, I had one of the things I was working on that Monday was one of the big.
I will be honest, though, there were some points throughout the trial, not the testimony, but throughout the trial where I was like, oh my God, I kind of feel bad for this poor dum-dum. Like, he just seems like a big, dumb old dude who just did something really stupid and now regrets it possibly. But I don't feel that way anymore. Especially with him on the stand. I'm like, oh, yo, he's so manipulative, man. Don't believe it.
Biggest cases that I've ever been involved in.
Talking about the Dominion case, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And so, I think it was cyclical. I think it.
Like, I don't know. He went so overboard by saying Paul and Ro-Ro, and we've never heard him mention Paul or Ro-Ro really in any of the interviews or anything like that. So for me, it's just like overboard, like showmanism, wasn't it? Showmanism, performanism.
So I don't. Without looking at the record specifically, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay. So you don't remember then?
No, I do remember. I don't think I agree with that. But again, those records will speak for themselves.
Okay. All right. So would you agree with me that in 2014, your reported income was over $1 million?
Objection relevant.
The objection's overruled.
Reported income, like tax-wise, or reported?
Yeah.
I assume you have a document that says that, and if you're reading that from a document, I don't dispute it.
I mean, I'm happy to show it to you if you'd like to see
I
it.
trust you, Mr. Waters. So,
appreciate that. All right, 2015, would you agree that your reported income was over $2 million?
Again, I don't dispute that.
All right. 2016, reported income $900,000.
Okay.
2017, reported income $218,000.
Okay.
2018, reported income of $749,000, roughly.
Okay.
And 2019, reported income of $655,000.
Okay. And see, I mean, to me, that demonstrates exactly what I'm talking about, how it goes up and down.
And would you agree with me that though during those periods of time where you were making that kind of money, you continued to steal? And I think you've already said that your stealing increased as we move through those years, as a general matter.
Absolutely. I don't dispute, and I have never disputed since I was confronted
No, I appreciate it. Thank you,
Labor
Joel.
Day weekend
Right.
that I took money from my clients.
Oh, here we go. There goes the
We've
script.
gone through that. And I
Well,
think
but you
we
keep
agree with
asking
that.
me
I'm
about
asking
that.
you if your income.
Finish your answer.
So the point is I have never, since being confronted that day, my brother and my partner came to talk to me, that I have stolen money that did not belong to me, that I misled people to do it, people that I cared about, still care about, a lot of them that I love and still love. And I misled them to do it, and I was wrong. I have never disputed that from day one.
We've been through that. All I'm trying to establish right now with you, Mr. Murdaugh, is as we move towards June of 2021, what your financial condition was like, okay? I agree, you've testified to that multiple times, all right? So, let me ask you this. During this time that your income was what we just went through, and you conceded that your stealing was increasing, were you also borrowing significant amount of money from Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, I'd always borrowed significant amount of money from Palmetto State Bank, or for the last, more than the last decade. So yes, sir, I agree with that.
As we move to June of 2021, did you have $1 million line of credit with the bank that was pretty much maxed out? Yes or no? As we move to June of 2021.
So in June of 21,
Sure.
yes.
All right. And did you also have a $600,000 line of credit that was pretty much maxed out around that time?
I did.
All right. And did you also, over the years, repeatedly borrow six figures from your law partners?
Well, I borrowed money from a law partner,
Which one?
Johnny Parker.
Johnny Parker. Okay. And that was a fairly common occurrence over the years. It happened multiple times. Would you agree with that?
I agree that it happened multiple times.
All right. And you would agree also that you would sometimes use some of the stolen money to pay that back?
I won't dispute that. I don't know that that's the case. I know what I saw Mr. Bernie testify to in using that particular accounting method. I see that.
All right.
So I don't dispute that.
All right. And would you agree that you also, when you needed money, occasionally borrow as much as 5 and 6 figures from your father, Mr. Randolph?
I did.
All right. And would you also agree that over the years, particularly as we move to June of 2021, you would use stolen money to pay that back?
I don't dispute that.
Okay.
If that's what the records show.
All right. And
Oh, that's the brother.
you just mentioned here in the testimony of Carson Burney and the banker and all that, you would agree with me that as we move to June of 2021, at least in liquid funds, you were running out of money.
In liquid funds, is in money on hand or money that I could get?
Money that you could, liquid funds. You're a lawyer, you know what liquid means. Were you
Well,
running out
I
of
don't know what you mean by liquid, Mr. Waters, and so
money you could readily access, assets that you could readily access to pay your ever-increasing debts?
No, sir, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I do not agree with
Okay.
that, and I'll tell you why.
All right.
Tell us, Alex.
So are we talking about June?
I'm talking about as we move to June.
Okay, but what time period are you talking
All
about?
right, let's talk about January to June.
Okay, January to June. January to June, I could borrow money from my father. I could borrow money from Johnny Parker. I could go to the bank and borrow money. I had substantial equity in the Edisto house, as we've talked about.
Which was in Maggie's name, correct?
Well, it was in Maggie and my name.
All right.
So, that definitely was in both of our names. Moselle was in Maggie's name. There was substantial equity in that could have been borrowed against. So, under the terms as you defined liquid assets just now, money that I would have access to, I disagree with on that for those reasons that I just said.
Can we at least agree that generally the way the compensation structure for legitimate money that you earned in your law firm, the vast majority of your compensation does not come except in one lump sum in December? Can we agree to that?
Right. We get a salary. We would receive a salary. I believe our salary was $125,000.
Right.
And then the income that was earned would be paid in the form of a bonus at the year end.
Damn, that's crazy though.
And then would you?
I could see so many people just overspending because they have their base salary, but then they have this anticipated bonus that they're getting at the end of the year. Oh my God. And the bonus is it's a lot. There were some years he was getting $1 million and stuff like that. No wonder this guy was overspending. And he would thought, you know what? When I get my bonus, I'll just pay them back. Not a big deal.
Agree with me that is why you stole the Ferris fees in March of 2021, because you were in desperate need of funds and you could not wait till December to access those funds.
I think there's probably a lot of reasons why I stole those funds, but I certainly would believe or don't dispute that that's one of the reasons.
And would you agree with me that the $792,000 that you stole of those Ferris funds, that you exhausted those within about 2 months?
I don't know the time period, but I know that I exhausted them.
Now, again, I'm trying to get through this quickly because there's a lot more to talk about, obviously. But we went through a number of questions yesterday about the various clients that you stole from, correct? You remember that? The back and forth we had yesterday, do you remember all that?
Sure I do.
Okay. All right, and so I'm going to try to shortchange this, but I think it's important that we at least see if we can
To
the clients that we're talking about. These are all real people, yes or no?
They're all real people.
All right.
They're
And
all
these
good
clients-
people.
Okay.
They're all people that I care about, that I cared about then. And a lot of them are people that I love.
Okay.
And I did wrong by them.
Yes, you hurt the people that you love, I know. So, at least had a personal conversation with at some point during the course of your representation.
All of my
About the
clients?
representation.
Absolutely. I had multiple conversations with all of my clients.
And these were people, every single one of them, real people that you looked in the eye and convinced them that everything was right.
Your Honor, 403, repetitive, cumulative. We spent 2 hours doing this yesterday.
I'm just trying to shortchange it, but simple questions that applies to everybody, and then I'm moving on.
Proceed.
I would have had conversations with all of my clients, and some of the conversations would have been on the telephone. I would have had conversations where I might not be looking them in the eye. I would have had plenty of conversations where I did look them in the eye.
All right. Every single one of them looked them in the eye at least once. Is that fair?
Sure.
Every single one of them, you looked them in the eye and developed their trust in you. Is that true?
Every client that I had At some point, I looked them in the eye, and I believed that I had the trust of my clients. Whether that came from me looking them in the eye or not, I can't answer that, but I will agree with you that every single client, I looked them in the eye, and I believe that the people that I stole money from for all those years trusted me.
And I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as states 322 through. Just asked you to look at them. Have you had a chance to review those documents? Every single name on here are either clients that trusted you that you stole from, or instances in which you stole from your law partners who trusted you as well.
I agree with that.
All right. So we don't need to go through each one of these, correct? You agree with that?
Mr. Waters, like I've told you, I'll go through whatever you want to go through, but each one of those clients is just what we've already talked about. Good people, fine people, upstanding people. They trusted me. Every single one of them I did and I do still care about, and many of them I love and consider them close friends.
Like Barrett Boulware?
Absolutely. It's a perfect example.
And you stole from Barrett Boulware.
I did.
You recall a conversation that you had with Ronnie Crosby in which he told you that Barrett was desperate for money because he needed his wife to stay in a hotel near him while he was undergoing treatment for terminal cancer around the time that you stole from him.
Say, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
I don't recall that conversation, but I knew Barrett was sick. Barrett is a unique situation. I mean, Barrett is and was dear to me as a friend. But I mean, Barrett and I had a long history. I guess really, and I lied probably more by omission, lies by omission in stealing that money. But that's a perfect example. You keep asking about me having these conversations and looking people in the eye. I mean, that's a perfect example. I mean, when I stole that money, he was nowhere around. It was more based on lies by omission. And Barrett and I had such a history.
Well, I think like two things, right? So like the judge doesn't really like it when the witnesses on the stand get interrupt. I feel like he needs to be interrupted more, okay? Because this guy, he's talking way too much and he's repeating the same damn thing. But I think it's also possible that, maybe the prosecutor is also letting him talk so much as well, because like, let's say they don't get him for the murder charge. You know what? Now that he's been saying all this, admission on the stand, well, maybe they can use this against him when they go after him for like all the financial stuff. I don't know, maybe.
These real estate deals that you're asking me about, Barrett was one of my good friends, and we had been in these real estate deals together. Barrett was just an interesting person. He was a shrimper. He was born and raised in Allendale County. And
A shrimper?
And he moved down to the coast. And
Mr. Murdaugh.
as shrimping.
Mr. Murdaugh, I don't know that we need Barrett's entire life story.
No, but it's important
Let
to
me just
understand
ask
this
you
based on
this.
the question you asked.
I don't think his entire life story is responsive, Your Honor.
And I'm not intending to give his life story. I'm just telling you a little background.
Go ahead.
you'll
Tell us
understand.
about
No, he's
friend.
giving the life story.
So Barrett started.
I'm going to forward through a
started getting-
little
I started
bit.
getting him and
Just him
hit
rambling.
because Where all of a sudden I have to and I paid the $1 million dollars.
Still rambling.
You know what? I will
I'll go back. Oh, this part.
monies for Barrett, and that was part of the deal in the trade.
Oh, Barrett's the one that gave him the Moselle property, I believe.
in me purchasing Moselle.
So what you're telling me is you felt like you were entitled to steal from him.
No. You know what? I will tell you this, that, when you're doing the things wrong that I was doing, you have all kind of ways of justifying it. And I'm not saying that makes
Nah, Alec hasn't turned into a black hole yet.
it right by any means, because it's not. It's wrong. I've said that 100 times. But when I was doing it, and I was as addicted as I was, and the things I was doing, there's all kind of things that to be able to look yourself in the mirror, you lie to yourself. and I guess self-justification for these bad things, you know, I guess is what I was doing. But you know, Barrett had owed me so much money that when I took his money, I just didn't tell him. So it was a lie by omission.
I wonder what Dr. Todd Grahn thinks of Alec Murdaugh. Has he made a
All
video
these
about him
people.
yet? Like recently on the stand? Dr.
On these two
Todd.
exhibits, these were real people that needed this money, is that correct?
I'm sure they did.
But it was more important to you that you stole their money on top of the 40% of legal fees that you were taking.
Repetitive.
I've never asked that question.
I stole their money.
It was more important to you than their needs, is that correct?
I
Objection.
mean, there is an active investigation with the financial
I don't
crimes.
remember sitting down and calculating, okay, is this more important? You know, one of the self-justifications that I talked about, Mr. Waters, is, and this is one of the things, again, I want to make it clear. I don't, as I sit here today, I do not believe that any of this justifications that I'm talking about made any of this okay, because I don't. I've owned up to all this money I stole. I've tried to since I was confronted, and I continue here today. But one of the justifications at the time when I was taking pills and doing the things I was doing was,
Hapoonian, he a cutie. But the way
I
that
may
he
ask
acts
the
in
partner,
court is
okay, how
like,
much is this case worth? And if one of my partners, and I may
Can't
not even
control
give
his,
them all the
his
real
anger
facts,
issues,
okay?
man.
So if they said this case is worth $100,000, okay, and I go out and I get them $300,000, you know, that's one of the stupid little things. Okay, well, this isn't the same. And that's one of those justifications that I used in looking back on this that I don't know how I did. But so to sit down and say, did I evaluate that they needed the money more than I did? You know,
he said he's been sober for like 500 something days.
I don't think I did that. I think I was selfish, and I think I
Was that
Just
when he
took
was
the money.
arrested?
I think I understand. I'd asked you this, and I'm just going to ask you this one. Do you remember looking Tony Satterfield in the eye and lying to him?
I remember lying to Tony Satterfield, and I remember looking him in the eye on many occasions.
And lying to him?
Yeah,
That's the housekeeper's son, the
Lied
one
to
that
his
died on
family.
his property. Well, got injured in his
I
property.
lied to
and
his
later died.
family. I don't know if I did it in person, but I know I had phone conversations with him where I lied to him.
Could you hear that? Me sipping on my water
Talk a
just
little
now?
bit about the pills, if we can.
Okay?
And you've already testified, as has other people, that you were still able to function as a lawyer over the years despite the pills that you were using. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were able, of course, during this period of time to engage in these relatively complicated thefts that increased over the years that we've just talked about, despite the pill usage. Is that correct?
I was. I was.
All right. And you were also able to, during this time period, convince your staff that nothing was amiss with all of these exhibits, despite your pill usage.
I mean, most of those didn't require convincing my staff, but just so we're on the same page again, I acknowledge that I certainly allowed them to be misled. I certainly allowed them to do things that I shouldn't have done on my behalf, knowing that they trusted me.
How many pills were you using a day?
Depends on a number of items. Most importantly, how strong the pill was.
Okay. Well, let's talk about, let's say start maybe in January of 2021 and move forward. Can you describe to the jury what your daily pill intake was like?
I think at that time, most of what I was purchasing was 30 milligram pills, instant release, oxycodone. That probably mixed in with some OxyContin, which is made of oxycodone. It's just time release. I would have been taking anywhere from 1,500 milligrams maybe to maybe a thousand or maybe 1,000 milligrams of.
Yeah, because if you do 1,500 milligrams divided by 30 milligrams, that's 50 pills. But now he's like, oh shit, I think that math on that's too high. Okay, let's take it down to he's at 1,000, 1,200, 12,000 milligrams divided by 30. That's 40 pills. That's still a lot. 1,000 milligrams divided by. Does he think the jury's not going to do the math on this or something? Is that why he's giving us the milligrams? How many pills did you take? Why do you know the milligrams and not the amount of pills? Divided by 30. So let's say if he did take 1,000 millijams divided by 30 millijam, that's 33 pills in one day. And I'm looking at this website right now. The oxycodone immediate release tablets are available in 5 milligrams, so that's the smallest, 100, 15, 20, and 30 milligrams. So it seems like 30 milligrams is like one of the highest dose. Damn, these have a 160 milligram dose, but they just continued it in 2001. Jesus. Oh, wait, immediate release. Did he say immediate release or extended release? Extended release, they go as high as like 60, 80. But damn, let's say he went with immediate release ones, right? He was taking up to 50, 40, 30 pills a day.
Or 1,200 milligrams on a day I didn't take as much or didn't have as much.
Oh, is it extended?
There are days, many days, a lot of days, most days were more than that, and many days would be, 20, more than 2,000 milligrams a day.
And how many pills is that?
Wait, he changed more than 2,000 milligrams. Wait, oh God, 2,000 divided by 30. That's 66 pills. That's 66 pills. Holy shit.
It depends on the strength.
Well, let's say it's the
Of the
30s
pill.
that you just mentioned.
If I took 30, if I had 30 milligram pills,
Someone give Creighton a calculator.
you figure 100 pills would be 3,000 milligrams.
Wait, 100 pills?
100?
Damn, so now he's saying he might have even taken 100 pills in one day. He's making that number go higher and higher.
100.
So you're taking 60 a day or something like that?
There were days where I took more than that. There were days I took less than that.
And how would you take them during the course of the day? How many are you taking at one time? How frequent in this time period, let's say January to June?
There's a point in time, and I'm not sure when it was, I think it was well before that, where, and you have to understand this. This is something that I can still remember the first time I ever took an OxyContin.
Murdaugh, can I ask you to answer my question, and I'll let you explain all you want. And my question was, how many were you taking a day during this time from January to June? Answer that first, please, and if you want to explain, I'm happy to let you do so.
I'm not.
How is he alive?
And here's why. It's because over the years, as I was saying, the first OxyContin, one OxyContin made me sick. And that was when I was transitioning from hydrocodone to oxycodone. And it made me sick because it was a really, really, really strong one. And so, one OxyContin pill was like 10 hydrocodone pills. So, but anyway, as I took more and more, and over the years, it just, you build up a tolerance to pain pills. And
Well, he was saying that the reason why he stole all of that money was to fund his drug addiction to the painkillers, right? And he told, during this one interrogation, he told them that like he was spending $50,000 a week paying Cousin Eddie to buy pills for his drug addiction. And people are like, $50,000 a week for your pain drug problem? And so now he's saying that like, oh yeah, sometimes I would take up to 30, 40, 50, maybe even 100 pills in one day of Oxy. And so what the prosecutor is trying to say is like, no, I don't think you stole all that money just to fund your Oxy addiction. You're stealing your money because you wanted to fund your increasingly lavish lifestyle. And then they're like, well, we had all these properties we can sell, but what do we know about rich people? Rich people, they want to keep their status. They want to keep their image. There's a small, tight-knit community. I seriously doubt they would want to sell any of their properties, because once they start selling their properties, and people in town are going to start talking like, oh my God, the Murdaughs, are they like tight on money? Like, what's going on? Are they like not rich anymore? So, it's just small town talk. But that's why we're talking about the pills right now. Cousin Eddie, get Cousin Eddie up here. Yeah.
And so what might give me this energy, one of the reasons I became so addicted is, some people talk about pain pills and how they make them lethargic and, where they can't do anything and they feel. Opiates gave me energy. I mean, whatever I was doing, it made it more interesting. It made me want to do it longer. To go on a drive, it made driving. It just at the beginning, it made everything better. But I took so much just to keep. It got to a point where I was taking so much just to not backslide or go into withdrawals or have all those symptoms. And so it got to the point where I was taking the amounts that I came to be taking in the time period you're talking about, January to June. So it evolved over time. It wasn't like it just started then, Mr. Waters.
Like, I think it's possible that he was taking the opiates, but to be taking 100 pills a day, yeah.
Just give me one example.
That's hard to
of
swallow,
the day
man.
during that time period.
Sure.
You did.
I mean, did you start at 8 o'clock in the morning, or whatever time you got up, and take one, and then one every 30 minutes? I mean,
well, no,
I've given you a chance to explain. So
it would totally
be
depend.
specific.
It would totally depend on any number of circumstances. So, starting a day, one of the main things that
He also used the pill addiction as a way to explain why he lied to SLED about where he was, about not being at the kennels. He said that, like, because of my opiate addiction, it made me really paranoid, and I was paranoid, and I had a distrust for SLED.
this would depend on was how late the day before I had taken pills and how many I had taken. And did I take them during the night? Did I wake up during the night and take them? So, let's just say that it had been a while
So what's the
since
answer?
I took any, and I slept, and I woke up, all right? Then I would immediately, first thing, take pills, because if it's been a while, a lot of times, if you slept and hadn't taken pills, you'd wake up and you could tell the beginnings of those. I'm not going to say they were really withdrawals, but the agitation that you feel when you don't take it, and you could tell it, so you had to take it right away. And so I would start off, first thing I would do would take pills.
And how often would you take the pills? Did he really answer that? Because Creighton
That's
tries.
how strong the withdrawals are for opiates, correct? That you feel that agitation until you can take another pill.
Yes, that's just agitation's the tip of the iceberg when
Let's
it
talk about that.
comes to withdrawals, opiate withdrawals.
I think you said in your what's been played for the jury and the telephone conversation with Special Agent Kelly that, and you talked about withdrawals, just how strong they are, how you're willing to do anything to make them stop, correct?
I think what I said is almost anything.
Almost anything. Well, describe that, please.
I mean, you're sick. You're physically.
So going based on what he's saying, if he took 40 pills a day to 100 pills a day, he would need to take at least 1.5 to 4 or 5 pills every hour. every hour
You know, you are physically sick. You
in order to not get withdrawals?
it's like having the flu when you ache and your joints hurt. You don't want to get up. I mean, you can't get up, and that's after a while. It starts with what you're talking about, agitation, and you know, fidgety. Everybody talks about how fidgety I was, but it starts with that, and then it goes to, you know, you might be sitting here and just all of a sudden sweat's running down your face, all over your body. I mean, like you ran a marathon. I mean, you literally sweat that much. The next thing that comes on after about, 12 hours is, I call it jumpy legs, but I mean, you literally, I mean, there's no way that you could sit right here in this chair. I mean, you couldn't remain sitting. I mean, you would have to get up and move around. And I mean, it's like your legs don't want to work. And that lasts for about anywhere from 18 to 24 hours.
He's sober right now, but I will address that, Maki.
During that period, the intestinal issues come in, and I mean, you can't control yourself. You have diarrhea like you have food poisoning. You throw up. I mean, you're physically. Mr. Waters.
How many times did you try to self-detox?
Mr. Waters. Dozens, if not hundreds. It's so many I can't tell you.
So going by his number, at the lowest point, he would be taking 1.5 pills an hour, up to 4 pills an hour, right? And he was talking about like, oh, if he doesn't take them, he goes into withdrawals and he gets really, really sweaty as if he was taking a shower. Well, don't we have interviews of him where he's been sitting there for like 1 hour, 2 hours? Do we see the sweats that he's talking about? Because it's not like he's going to be able to just covertly just pop a pill really quick. I mean, we see him sitting there, especially that interview when he's with like the cops and he's sitting like, initially he's like sitting like this because he's like so comfortable. He's like casually talking to them. But then as they start honing on some of the inconsistencies about his stories, he's like starting to sit a little bit more like intently like this, you know, trying to get a little nervous. But do we ever once see him pop a pill? I don't think so at all. Wouldn't he have started sweating like he was saying, like sweating like crazy after he was taking a shower, getting like really jittery and shit like that? Like, wouldn't that be happening during the interviews, interrogations and all that? Because it's not happening right now because he's sober. He's been sober, he said, for about like 500 something years. But wouldn't it be happening right now? And then to go beyond that, when he said that he was getting really paranoid. Remember when he, after the night of the murders, right? They all sat in the car. It was raining outside. So they wanted to ask him a little bit like, oh, where were you when they were murdered? Like, what happened and stuff like that. I mean, he was just sitting there. Did y'all see him pop a pill or anything? Was he like shaking or anything like that? Was he all sweaty and stuff like that? And then you got to remember that if he said that he had a distrust for SLED, law enforcement, and that once he starts telling a lie, it's hard for him to not keep lying. So that's what he does, right? Once he lies about something, he'll keep lying. So once he started lying about the kennel, he kept continuing on that lie because that's just what he does. But what about when he went to, when the roadside shooting happened, right? Roadside shooting happened, and then after that, he was on his way for detox. That just means he still had the medicine in his system, right? Wouldn't that paranoia still carry over then? Because what did he do after like the whole like roadside shooting a couple days later? He admitted to SLED that he lied. He lied to them about being targeted for some sort of weird assassination attempt while he was on the side of the road. When in fact, he had hired Cousin Eddie to come potentially maybe shoot him in the head or maybe not. We don't know about that. But I mean, we have a gut feeling about it. But now all of a sudden, you're saying that, okay, so before you went to like rehab, you were on the way to rehab, but like before you're, I don't know, like before you went to rehab and you still had the oxys in your system, you were okay with telling the truth to SLED? It's very inconsistent. Unless, if you guys remember, was he on the way back from rehab? So he was already clean, it was already out of his system, and that's when he decided to tell the truth? And then also, let's say this, paranoia of, SLED and distrust because he was on drugs and stuff like that. Well, here's another thing. He detoxed 2 months after that, right? He had a whole year and a half to tell SLED the truth. So it's not like your paranoia was being caused by your drug use. At that point, you'd already detoxed. So why didn't you tell him the truth then? There was no paranoia holding you back if you'd already been detoxed, right? So his story I don't know why Creighton doesn't dig into more. I thought, because when Creighton kept asking these questions, I thought he was going to bring all this stuff up, but he doesn't. And I'm like, Creighton, I feel like this is a great opportunity right here. But I mean, I will say that Alec Murdaugh just changed his story. So maybe he hasn't prepped for that part yet, or just didn't even think about it, or maybe it wasn't important. But I feel like we needed to really hone in on the fact that when he was addicted to drugs, he said that he had paranoia, distrust for SLED. Well, what about the times when you had already detoxed? Were you still paranoid? No, because you weren't on drugs anymore. So what was holding you back?
And those symptoms you just described are extremely powerful and made it very difficult to do that. Is that correct?
Made it difficult to
try to self-detox.
Oh, it's extremely hard.
You mentioned yesterday.
Well, no, I didn't say that I was paranoid. What I said was, as the addiction evolved, there would be situations where you would.
I mean, if you're taking 100 pills a day, I don't know how long you would need to detox that. If you could even take 100 pills a day.
Have these paranoid thoughts.
And when did those first start?
I can't tell you when they first started, but.
I mean, how long before June of 2021?
Oh, a long time.
A month, a long time?
No. It was, it was as my addiction got worse. I mean, it was a significant period of time. But,
how long would you have these paranoid thoughts?
Usually a matter of seconds. I mean, it was something, again, my whole life, you wouldn't see me where I didn't have pills on me. And that's where I kept them. I kept them on me because I was scared to put them somewhere for fear somebody would find them. So I kept them on me. So if you saw me, I had pills on me. I had a pocket full of pills on June the 8th. On June the 8th, when I was sitting in David Owen's patrol car. So I always had them on me, and I might be going to Edisto, and I turn on Hampton Street right out here, and a police car pulls out. Boom. I have paranoid thoughts. It just. But I could always say, you're not doing anything wrong. He's not following you, and I could get past it in a matter of seconds.
I mean, pill possession is nothing in comparison to finding the murderers of your wife and son. I don't know why he was supposedly caring about all the pills. I don't know. It's just BS.
Did anybody in your family ever see you having these severe withdrawals?
Absolutely.
And who did?
Mags.
Not
Pawpaw,
alive.
Bus,
Not alive. Son might
my
life
dad.
on him. Dad's gone.
Randy.
Close brother that will help
John
him do
Marvin.
cover-ups. Another brother. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit iffy about John Marvin now after watching some part of the Netflix documentary, man, where John Marvin showed up with to tow the boat away from the crime scene and stuff like that. I don't know, man. Some
And just to be clear,
weird shit going on with that
Randy
family.
and John Marvin never saw me having withdrawals before September.
Rotund.
They saw me.
And I thank you for clarifying that. Prior to June of 2021, who in your family saw you having these severe withdrawals?
Bus, Pawpaw,
Yeah, like I said, I think he was
Maggie.
taking them here and there, but not to the extent that he's portraying.
my dad.
The Netflix doc is mostly about the boating incident, but I don't know. I'm only on episode 2 or something. Not how many episodes is it? Does anyone know?
calling Paul a little detective?
I don't know that
Last
I
bite.
ever called him a little detective, but I think Maggie did. I may have. I mean, Paul was very intuitive, so I heard
Think you said
Miriam.
that during
I
one of
heard
your interviews.
I heard Miriam call him a little detective. I know Maggie used to call him that.
Did that have anything to do with the pills?
Well, yeah, it had something to do with it. But I mean, Paul was always that way. But that what led him to be called a little detective. Certainly, there were times when Paul found pills.
Including just a month before the murders. Is that correct?
No, sir.
You recall 6/5/23 that was entered into evidence, which is a text from Paul to you?
I did.
Tell me about what happened after that.
You asked me about Paul finding them, but it was Maggie that found them.
Fair enough. So it was Maggie that found them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But Paul's the one who reached out to you, correct?
On that occasion, yes, sir.
And what was the discussion after that?
I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was about that I'd had eye surgery.
My head.
I don't know what day it was, but days before that, the day Maggie found them, Maggie drove me to the doctor for me to have my cataract removed, whatever they call that surgery. I can't remember. But I had a
Wait, what,
cataract taken
Cheyenne?
out,
When, where?
outpatient. You go in for a couple hours and you come out. And it was during COVID, and so Maggie wasn't allowed to come into the doctor's office, and so she sat in the car. And I had left pills in the computer bag and sitting out there bored. I guess she started looking at my computer and found them in the computer bag. So she found those pills.
Honestly, though, I think that's kind of weird to be like, kind of like going through your significant other's like computer bag. Like, I don't know, unless you're like, you thought that they were hiding something and you had an intent. You had an intent to try to find something. I don't know. Just like I don't know, just casually just going through their bags. I don't know. When you got a phone that you could just like
All right.
go on
And
Instagram,
so
Facebook, and stuff like
She
that.
obviously told Paul, and Paul
I felt like she was looking for something.
texted you, correct? About finding those pills.
That's correct.
in
Now
May
you
of
got a lawyer?
2021.
That's correct.
And you've heard your sister-in-law, Marion, testify that Maggie called him the little detective about the pills. You heard that testimony in this courtroom?
I did hear that.
All right. So did they start to watch you like a hawk and get on you about your pill usage during the month of May?
Well, they mentioned the cheating thing, but I don't know if that was ever substantiated. I don't know. Unless you're referring like the documentary or something. I haven't gotten that far.
No.
They did not.
No, Mr. Waters, this battle that I had with addiction, it had been going on for years. And so they had been watching me like a hawk for years before May. May was just one occurrence where I let them down again.
They had been watching you like a hawk for years.
Joel's, at least not that I know of.
About my pill addiction, yes, sir. That is correct.
Yeah, when I used to be a really paranoid person, I used to do that, like go through people's stuff. Well, not people's. I used to go through my significant other stuff, but that's because I was paranoid as fuck back then. But now it's like I wouldn't go through, Dennis's stuff for no fucking reason, unless I was looking for some candy because I know you got candy in there.
Now, there were a number of times where Mags found pills, Paw found pills, Bus found pills.
If I remember correctly, Marion Proctor said that, like, she said Maggie thought that he cheated. I don't think, like, she said it, like, with, like, absolute certainty. She said it was, like, potentially, like what was, like, a school friend or something like that, and, like, Maggie thought, but...
I mean, it was ongoing.
We don't know for sure. I'm sure he probably did. Yeah, dishonest as fuck.
An ongoing battle for me.
And after they found those pills in May, that being Maggie and Paul, were they trying to get you to self-detox?
Unless I misheard her. Sorry,
No,
guys,
sir,
I'm eating a
not
donut
at that
right now.
point in time.
They just let it go?
No, they didn't let it go. But at that point in time, Paul and I had already had a discussion based on, I can't remember exactly when it was, but there had been a previous occasion
What should the next
a
poll
good
be?
while back where
What should the next poll be? Miss Gloria found pills too?
there'd been a previous occasion
Hey, Cap.
where
Yeah, because that's why I don't want to dismiss it, because I honestly don't fucking know about the drug use like that. I was waiting for maybe Law and Crime or Court TV, maybe they'll bring in an expert, and they'll talk about, whether or not it's possible for him to be eating like 100 fucking pills a day.
either Maggie or Paul had found pills. And Paul had come to me and asked me, and I told him, I was back on the pills.
But I'm just saying that, like, is it possible for him to be popping the pills? Because he's not a work from home dad. He's a lawyer. He's got to be in like meetings for hours on a day, maybe in the courtroom for hours on a day. And yeah, maybe in a meeting you could be like, oh, hey, I need to get up and use the bathroom really quick. But like to be in a courtroom and stuff like that, like, you can't just be like, hey, Your Honor, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. So I don't know. I feel like for me, it would have been hard to have him like popping these pills when he's got to be in places where it's like FaceTime places, And then also when he was doing the interrogations and stuff like that, like we didn't see him pop any pills. There was one time that Buster called and he like stepped out really quickly, but I think he was in the interview for like a couple of hours. I didn't see him go like this, trying to pop some pills and stuff like that. So I felt like he would have already gotten kind of like, oh God, okay, I'm getting a little sweaty here. I think I need to take some pills or something like that. Like he said, when he sweats, it was as if like it like rains on him. But Creighton, I don't know why Creighton doesn't bring that up. Maybe not important.
And
Like, I think he took the pills, but I don't think is the amount that he's saying. Because I think he fucked himself over by saying that, like, oh, well, my drug habit was $50,000 to my cousin. And I think at that time he didn't realize how, I don't know. I think either he was drug dealing, smuggling, whatever. But I think he fucked himself over by saying that, like, he was spending $50,000 a week on pills. And then later on, he's like, oh, I guess I just got to continue with that lie then. Because once I lie, I don't
we had a
deny.
long talk. As I said, I don't remember exactly when it was before that. Paul and I had a long talk. And we'd agreed, I had agreed, and I detoxed so many times. I'd been to detox. I detoxed
Right,
at
yeah.
home with
How did you
Maggie's
function
help,
as a lawyer?
Detoxed at home with doctor's help. Detoxed on my own, tried to, and it just detoxed and just didn't work.
And his best friend was like, I didn't know he was on pills. The only people that knew that he was on pills or detoxing are people that are either dead, so Maggie, Paul, his dad, or possibly it seems like people that will stand by him no matter what. So Buster and his two other brothers, right?
You could detox, but you couldn't. No, not you. I couldn't stay off of them. And so,
Yeah, he would have overdosed too, probably, right?
I promised Paul that as soon as we finished with his criminal case, that I would go to rehab.
Why not before?
And
That doesn't make sense. Why not just go to rehab now? Why gotta wait for his criminal case? Paul would have wanted you to go ASAP. You had lawyers that you hired. You didn't need to be on the case.
and on this
You have money.
particular occasion, Paul knew that his mom worried about me so much with pills
I don't know, in prison, maybe.
that on this particular occasion, I think that Paw convinced Maggie that I got those pills in anticipation of the eye surgery, but that I never took them, so that she would not worry that I was.
We don't know if it's true or not.
So you're talking about, now you're claiming that about the time in May, that Paul talked to Maggie and convinced her of that? Or are you talking about a different time?
I'm not claiming that, Mr. Waters. That's a fact. This is what happened.
Wait, why are the captions like repeating the words twice? May,
Hearing
may.
what now?
What you just said.
Done, done,
You
dead,
just
dead.
asked me this. Mr. Waters, you keep making an issue about the first time you hearing these things. When I got arrested and I went to jail, we began reaching out to you to talk to you about all of these things, to try to tell you everything that I'd done, to give you all these details to help y'all go through these financial things.
Hey, Alicia.
And up until the time that y'all charged me with murdering my wife and child, you would never give Jim Griffin a response to our invitations to sit down and meet with you.
So you're telling me I never responded to Jim Griffin? Is that what you're saying here today?
I'm telling you.
Are you saying that you ever before yesterday reached out to anyone through yourself or through your attorneys and reached out to anyone in law enforcement or the prosecution and told them the story about the kennels? Are you telling me that?
What I'm telling you,
answer my
Mr.
question
Waters,
first, please, sir. Answer my question first. Did you ever reach out to anyone in law enforcement or the prosecution and tell that story that you told this jury yesterday about the kennels before yesterday?
Did I ever reach out to law enforcement to say, I want to tell you about the kennels? No, sir, I did not.
This is the Fifth Amendment line.
No, it ain't.
This questioning about him volunteering information on these charges violates his Fifth Amendment rights, and we strongly object. Any more, we have to make a motion.
You brought it up.
The objection's overruled.
Oh, sit down, Jim.
What
You get
I
the next
did
one.
was, so
Answer my question first, sir.
You know, for the record, he did not bring it. He was talking about financial
Sit down,
stuff.
Mr. Griffin.
Judge Newman is like, not in my court.
Yes or no question. Before yesterday, did you ever bring up what you told this jury about that kennels to anybody in the prosecution or anybody in law enforcement?
no, I didn't have the opportunity to, Mr. Waters, because you would not respond to my invitations to reach out and tell you about all the things that I'd done wrong. And to talk about bringing.
But even during the trial, your lawyers weren't even going with your new version of the story. Why? Oh, because you just made up the story recently, like probably a day or two ago.
This to a head to talk about.
The lawyers would have mentioned an opening statement. What did Harpootlian said? Harpootlian was like, oh, he may or may not have been there. He probably forgot or something like that. Like, I remember he like minimized it so much. Harpootlian didn't say that like, oh, you know, my client was there, but he didn't want to say that because he had a distrust for SLED. This man over here, my man over here, is addicted to opioids and he was paranoid as fuck. Like, that would have been his opportunity to mention that. Was that mentioned in opening statement? No, it wasn't, because it's a new revised story.
I understand how many people I hurt.
You
I
don't.
understand how angry my partners are and how hurt they are. And I understand how hurt these people that I stole money from are. I understand how hurt they are. And one of the things that I believe is getting past this may help them get some closure. And so since at least January, I've been trying to sit down with y'all to talk to y'all.
Okay.
And never, ever got a response to the multiple requests.
Multiple requests?
Yes, sir, multiple requests. I would ask about this
Murdaugh.
every
Let's
few
ask
weeks.
this, sir.
Sir?
Did Mark Ball ever hear your story to the jury about the kennels until yesterday? Your buddy and law partner, Mark Ball?
Listen, I haven't spoken to Mark Ball since I went to rehab.
And these were the same law partners that you were listening to the night of. Is that what you testified to this jury earlier? You testified to that earlier, did you not?
I don't understand your question.
Didn't you testify earlier that you were listening to your law partners on the night of the incident?
Was I listening to them?
Yeah, you testified to that. It's a simple question, sir.
I'm sure I was. When are you talking about?
On June 8th in the early morning hours, you testified to this jury that you were listening to them, but you never told them the Kendall story either. And they heard it for the first time yesterday as well. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's the first time they heard it.
First time that Ronnie Crosby ever heard that would have been
When was the first time your lawyers heard it?
yesterday.
If he was listening, that would have been the first time he heard it.
John Parker ever heard that was yesterday.
Yes.
First time Danny Henderson, who was representing you in the boat case, ever heard that was yesterday.
Yes, yesterday is the first time that I have said that openly. But that's not what you were asking me, Mr. Waters, but you go ahead,
First time your brother Randy heard that was yesterday.
if he was listening.
Damn, first time brother heard it too?
For me, up until the time that y'all charged me with hurting Maggie and Paul. Now, after that point in time, I stopped, obviously.
Claiming that you were begging for a meeting, but you admit information was never conveyed that you wanted to change your story after multiple interviews with law enforcement about what happened that night, including the most important fact of all, which is when the last time you supposedly saw your wife and son alive was.
I don't know exactly what was conveyed or not to you because I wasn't part of it. All I know
Fair
is
enough.
what
You don't
I
know.
was trying to do was to sit down. I understood to bring all this to a close that y'all would want me to sit down and go through all of these financial things, all of these things that I'd done wrong, and to try to bring that to a close. I was repeatedly trying to sit down with y'all.
The reality is, Mr. Murdaugh, is the reason why no one's ever heard that before is because you had to sit in this courtroom and hear your family and your friends, one after the other, come in and testify that you were on that kennel video. So you, like you've done so many times over the course of your life, had to back up and make a new story that kind of fit with the facts that can't be denied. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir, that's not true.
Okay.
Yes, sir, that is true.
You've done that over and over again over the years with all of this that we've been talking about, haven't you?
I've done what over and over again?
The second that you're confronted with facts that you can't deny, you immediately come up with a new lie. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Waters, have we established I have lied many times, but I can't sit here and tell you that, what are you talking about, facts that I can't deny? That I would disagree with that proposition that you're putting out, that was what I did all the time. But in doing that, I admit again that
Doesn't look good for the jury.
I've lied.
Here's the script. When he doesn't know how to respond, he instantly reverts back to the script.
to people that trusted me.
I lie, I misled people, I loved them, I cared about them, and they trusted me.
So we can agree that the prosecution and law enforcement and so many of your friends and family heard for the first time your story about the kennels yesterday after all these weeks of testimony. Can we agree on that?
That law enforcement, my partners, and my friends heard me say that for the first time. Yes, I agree with that.
Repeating your story that you were that your own lawyer was repeating your story that you were at home napping as late as November of 22 on national television.
I don't know.
You don't know that?
No, in jail we don't get newspapers, and the TV we have is limited. So
your own lawyers, at least as late as November 22, didn't know this story that you've told to this jury after 5 weeks of your family and friends coming in and saying, yeah, that's him on that video.
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor, violates attorney-client privilege communication. Totally improper. Totally improper.
Yes, sir. Response.
He has brought up his communications with counsel, and now that is fair game, Your Honor. His communications through counsel with, or alleged communications with the prosecution.
He didn't.
There's no attorney-client privilege to national television interviews. The objection is overruled.
Oh, Jim. Why you be giving interviews, man? Y'all don't give interviews. Don't have anything documented on national TV.
I think the point's made.
All right, sir. Unaware of what national television interview?
The one where your lawyer repeated that story as late as November of 2022. Your story that you were actually home asleep at the house.
The only national TV ad that I'm aware of is not ad program is one that Mr. Griffin was involved in. Was a are you referring to like a Dateline something?
I'm talking about HBO.
Okay, HBO. All right, like so. Yeah, I am aware of that, and what I believe the case to be is that I believe that when that was in its works, that Mr. Griffin made those statements sometime substantially before November of 22, as early as around the very beginning of 2021.
Well, let's talk.
At least what I understand to be the case.
Oh, it's on HBO. I
Let's
can't
talk
play
some
it.
more about your testimony from yesterday. And you're telling this jury, even on something as clear as a skin on video, that your story doesn't change when you have to make them fit the facts that no longer can be denied. Is that what you're telling this jury?
I don't understand that question. Say that again.
Jim was like,
I
never
said,
mind.
You're telling this jury that you don't change your story to make the facts fit evidence you can no longer deny, like what's been going on in this courtroom.
I'm not telling the jury anything about that.
All right, good. All right, let's move on. Let's talk some more about that issue. The confrontation on June the 7th with Jeannie Seckinger, which you said was no big deal. Isn't that what you testified? Words to that effect?
That's a law firm CFO confronting him for stealing the
I
fees
think
money.
what I testified to is that to me, it certainly didn't seem like a confrontation. Jeannie came to me and was almost apologetic. And this is what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that what Jeannie Seckinger and my partners have had to go through since September has been hard. I know I could see it. I could see the hurt that I caused them. And I know that they're betrayed, and I know that they're angry, and I know that they're hurt. And I want to make clear to this that while I disagree with what Jeannie said as to it being a confrontation, because I don't believe that it was, I don't think that she was lying. I think that she feels it. I think that, she believes that that's the case after all this time that she's had to deal with this. But on June the 7th, when she came to me,
Like Miss
she
Shelley?
was almost apologetic.
Like Blanca?
You heard her say that she said that she wouldn't be doing her job if she didn't do this. And it was made clear to me that someone had said this, that I had to make sure that income came through the firm, that I couldn't structure money. In other words, I had the impression that there was concern that maybe, like Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby said, that maybe I was hiding fees because of the civil boat case. But that conversation was so quick, Mr. Waters, that you keep using the term confrontation. I didn't take it as a confrontation.
And you're telling this jury you're not making that issue fit, make your story fit with those facts by saying, it wasn't a big deal, and Jeannie, she's hurt, so she's overreacting now.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Stand and testify.
What I'm saying is exactly what I just testified to, that to me, on that day, that was not a confrontation. It ended almost as quickly as it began, and I didn't think about it again for a period of time until after everything happened.
You testified earlier you get paranoid if a police officer turns out behind you, but you're not getting paranoid when Jeannie comes in here and says, I need an answer about these fees?
No, because
I believe you took them?
no, things like that wouldn't cause the paranoid thought and the paranoid thinking. It was always related to pills. It was always, okay, that reaction that somebody just gave me.
It was always.
Remember, Jeannie said that when she approached Alex Murdaugh that day, he gave her the most dirtiest look she's ever received from him, and she's never gotten that from him. And she's known him for a long time, a couple of years. I think ever since she said she was like teens or something like that. Like, they've known each other for a very long time. So how would he explain the dirty look if it was in a confrontation, you know? Like, I don't know. I feel like he felt like he was being confronted, and that's why he gave her such a dirty look like that.
Related to pills.
Do they know something? Did somebody said? It was, I mean, the times, that's what, when I had to deal with paranoid thinking, that, you know, if a judge confronted me in the courtroom about
He should have made Buster CFO.
Or if
Fire
Jeannie asked me about that, those are not things that gave me paranoid thinking.
Okay.
Okay.
And you testified the same thing about the boat hearing on June 10th. Not worried about it. No big deal. Correct?
No, I didn't say that it was no big deal, but I said that my main concern about those motions coming up on June the 10th dealt more with the venue motion than they did with the motion to compel, I believe is what
Venue as in
jury that you
VNUE?
didn't testify yesterday that you weren't concerned about it?
I wasn't overly concerned about it.
Okay.
And I'm sure I had some level of concern because the venue motion was a big issue in the case.
Is that where the trial's going to take
About it
place?
To bow up on Mark Tinsley at the trial lawyers conference and say, what are you doing, Bo?
No, absolutely, unequivocally, never happened.
If the Ferris fee issue comes to light on June the 7th, you're not going to be able to borrow money from Johnny Parker anymore, are you?
If the Ferris fee, hypothetically speaking, if the Ferris fee came to light on June the 7th, well, here, any point in time, if the Ferris fee came to light, Johnny Parker would not loan me money.
Okay.
If I've been able to borrow money.
About going prior to Monday, June the 7th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
All right, moving on to the murders.
Hold on for me real quick.
Sir?
Trial. You got your readers with you, or your glasses. And have you, first I just want you to look through that document and then answer the question, do you generally know what that is?
Oh, take a nice little break. Stretch, stretch. Get up, get up. How long is this break? All right, sit back down.
Those are, they take place?
I love how this judge has like stand-up breaks.
June the 6th.
June the 6th, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
At this time, the state would offer states 572 in evidence. Objection.
I think his lawyers know.
When these texts were taking place.
I was in the hotel,
And what city were you in?
Columbia, South Carolina.
All right. And where were they?
Oh, we'll speed through this. I don't think this is too important.
I'm not exactly sure where they were when they first started, but they would have been somewhere between a hotel, a restaurant, and the ball field.
All right. But when you send this text on
What's the day before the
June
murders?
6th at 11:41, you say y'all in seat already, correct?
Yes, that's what I did say.
All right. And they say, yeah, Maggie says, yes, we like these seats. Is that correct?
All right, that's correct. I didn't notice that. So at that point in time, they are in the ballpark.
All right. And then you respond, better than last night. They extended checkout to 1. Going to come then? Is that correct?
That's what that text says, yes, sir.
All right. So you're back at the room. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Later on, you text after she asked you to bring a charger and says, Muggy, you text, I'm dreading it. See you in a little bit. Is that correct?
That's what I said, yes, sir. Mr. Waters, yes, I assume you were reading it exactly so. Yes, sir.
Very hot and muggy. We were inside, sitting at the bar, very nice indoors. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
And then you respond out by accident. They are making me leave, so I'll see y'all in a few. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who was making you leave where?
It was past checkout time at the hotel.
After you got an extended checkout, correct?
It appears so.
So a day before the murders, at the ball game
The
together.
reality is that you were in that hotel suffering from withdrawals when that's going on. Is that correct?
I was beginning to, yes, sir.
And the reality is that your wife and your son were on you at that time period because they had found pills just a few weeks prior.
No, sir, that's not correct.
What time do you think you got up and left that day?
After having the benefit of looking at all these records, I don't know what time I got up. And looking at the records, obviously I've been up for a while, but it appears I left shortly after noon.
Okay. And you went to work?
I did, yes, sir.
And what were you working on at work?
I was working on this Dominion Energy case was primarily what I was working on. That we had motions coming up later in that week. As I said earlier, I believed at the time that it was the biggest case that I'd ever been involved in, and there were motions coming up in that. I was preparing. Danny Henderson, my partner, that was helping me with the civil case from the boat wreck, had been on me about getting a financial statement, and I finished doing that so that it could be given to Danny. It's what I remember doing. Obviously, I talked to Jeannie.
Okay. And what time did you leave?
And I'm sure I did some other routine office things, but I can't tell you what they are.
All right. What time did you leave?
It appears that I left around a little after 6 from the records.
Okay.
I thought I'd left earlier than that, but I mean the records seemed to be pretty clear.
All right. And you were, in fact, I think you said in many of your interviews that you were working on the boat case that day as well, your financial declaration.
Yes, I prepared the financial declaration. I didn't do any work in this civil case. So my work in that is what I did. I prepared the financial statement, which took me a
What
little
do you
bit
say,
of time
10-minute break, right?
to get the details on that. But I mean, that was the work I did in preparation for the motions coming up.
And what time did you get home?
And looking at the records, it looks like I got home a little before 7, 6:45, I think, 6:40 something.
Then you and Paul rode the property?
That's correct.
And you told law enforcement you shot a .22?
That's correct.
You told law enforcement that you never saw any blackout?
That I'd never seen a blackout?
At that point in time when you and Paul were riding the property?
No, I did not see a blackout.
Did you tell law enforcement that you and Paul were going around looking for hogs?
If I said that,
Go ahead.
and if I told them that, you don't look for hogs in the daytime. All right, the hogs are deep in the swamp in the daytime. So I can tell you that Paul and I were not riding around looking for hogs. But what we were doing is we were going from food plot to food plot, and we were looking for hog signs. All right, what a hog will do is come out and root, and they tear up food plots. They tear up everything. And so that was one of the things we were doing. But we were not hog hunting. We were not looking for hogs. We did not have the .300 blackout with us.
Okay. Paul didn't have the gun that blackout that he favored with him while y'all rode the property?
The gun that's in here,
Any rifle?
there was no .300 blackout with me and Paul.
All y'all had was
Yeah, what do you guys think Alec did with the gun? I think it's in the bottom of the river somewhere.
22.
And that was a .22 pistol, but we didn't have that with us.
I think he realized that he overdid it with the paw and the row thing, so that's why today he's trying to mix it up a little bit.
At that time, riding the property.
Right. And
All right, get up and stretch, y'all.
testified, you've seen the Snapchat video of you on the tree, is that right?
I have seen that.
And you don't dispute the time of that video, do you?
I don't even know what time that was taken, but whatever the gentleman
that.
came and testified to, I don't dispute that.
All right. And what time, well, let me ask you this. When did you go back to the house? Were you with Paul or were you by yourself
I was by myself when I went back to the house. I went back to the house basically when Maggie got there.
when Maggie got there? All right. And where had Paul gone prior to that? Was he back at the house already or he came after you?
Paul was at the shop when I went back to the house.
Until there's evidence that points to that,
So you beat him to the
I'm
house.
not even
is
gonna
what you're saying,
entertain that.
Is right?
I beat him to the house.
Yeah, you were at the house prior to him getting there.
that's no
Yes.
All right. And you say Maggie
That's what I
was
thought
there
too.
at
I
the
thought he
same
might have
time,
had
or there
help, but
before you or there after you?
seems like
That's
no.
what I'm not absolutely certain about. I believe that Maggie came through the kennel entrance, and going back and looking at these records and these times, I believe she came through the kennel entrance while Paul and I were at the shop. But either way, I got to the house very shortly after Maggie got there. And I believe that she came through, and I believe that I went right behind her.
And when did you take the shower that you've been talking about to this jury?
I believe when I first went in the house. I mean, I would have talked to Maggie for a second, but I'd seen her that morning, so
You left your clothes on the floor?
I'm not sure. It makes sense to me given what Blanca's said, but I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
All right. About what time was that, you think?
And looking at the records, I think that was a little after 8.
And you're saying Maggie was already there at that point?
When I got to the house,
Yeah.
yeah,
And what did you do after that?
I came back out, sat out on the couch to eat dinner.
About what time was that?
A few minutes later, I mean, it didn't take me long to shower.
I think he hit them at his
And-
like mama's house.
You say Paul was already eating at that point?
He was.
You say he left first.
Or maybe anywhere. Yeah, I think he did it at his like mom's house, or maybe somewhere in Moselle that the cops didn't look into.
What I said is he
Hi,
got
Bernice.
up and he finished eating, and he left our immediate vicinity. Now, I don't believe he left at that point, given what I've looked at time records and all. I believe that he was around the house for a little bit longer,
And just to be clear, again,
but I didn't see him.
all of this detail was people were hearing for the first time yesterday, like we talked about before, correct?
Say that again.
All of this detail that we're going through right now is not anything that you related before. We're all hearing this for the first time yesterday.
Objection, Your Honor. Fifth Amendment privilege.
Objections overruled.
So yes, I did not tell law enforcement.
Oh, gives him time to answer.
Actually, I don't think law enforcement asked me what I did when we first went to the house, but I clearly lied to law enforcement about what I said yesterday.
Okay. And all of this, the last time you supposedly saw your wife and child, all of this detail, you as a lawyer and a prosecutor didn't.
Where's
think
that
was
footage,
important enough for your own?
Cheyenne?
Oh, I think it's important.
You told this jury how cooperative you've been and how much information you wanted to provide, but you left out the most important parts, didn't you?
I left out that. I sure did.
You don't consider that one of the most important parts?
I think it's important.
All right, tell me about what happens next. Tell me about how Maggie and Paul end up out down at the kennels.
I'm still not absolutely certain exactly how they ended up at the kennel, but in looking at the time frames and looking at the GPS points, I think I pretty well know, because I wasn't sure if Maggie had walked to the kennels or ridden to the kennels, and I wasn't exactly sure how Paw got there, but I'm all but certain that Maggie and Paul went to the kennel together.
All right.
Probably with
What
you
was the
too.
discussion? You said that they were going down there, but you didn't want to go. Is that right?
Maggie, what I said is Maggie asked me to go to the kennels with her, and I wasn't going to go.
It was probably his idea to go to kennels. Hey guys, let's do a family trip to the kennels. Just like how I asked all y'all to come to Moselle today. Let's do a family trip to the kennels. It was your idea. Come on, Alec.
And how long after she left did you supposedly go down there?
It was very quickly.
And what did you tell this jury and all these new facts as to the reason you changed your
Yay,
mind?
soup time.
Why'd you change your mind?
I just had a shower. When you go to the kennel, you always end up at the shop, the dogs are running around, you always going to end up doing more work. All right? It's hot. I'd already had a shower. I didn't want to go to the kennel.
I understand that. So why'd you change your mind?
The shower that he apparently just remembered, and how he just remembered changing his
Because Maggie wanted me to.
clothes. It's
So
too
you thought about it for a
much.
few minutes and then decided to go down there?
I don't think I sat and contemplated, am I going to go, am I going to go? I think that, like many things Maggie wanted me to do, if I didn't do it at first, I ended up doing it.
And you took the golf cart down to the kennels?
That's correct.
How long did that take to drive from the house down to the kennels in a golf cart?
You know, in looking at the records from OnStar and all of that, it seems to take about a minute in the
Golf cart?
Nope, in the Suburban. So I would think it's probably, in looking at those speeds, of what, 20, 24 miles an hour, I would think it takes double that. I think it takes a couple minutes.
All right, so you'll concede at least a couple minutes to drive down there. Is that
think-
right?
yes.
In a golf cart?
That's correct.
When
This
the
video?
kennel video was going on, had you arrived before that?
I believe that I had.
Okay. How long do you think you had been there before that was going on?
Not long. Because when I got there, in looking at the kennel video, you can see Paw Paw standing in the kennel.
How did they get this drone footage?
When I got there, Paw Paw wasn't standing in the kennel.
It wasn't in the kennel anymore?
Well, he wasn't in the kennel like he is in the video.
Right.
He's probably, and I don't know exactly, but I know he wasn't in the kennel. He was like in the driveway. He was fooling with Cash. He was in the driveway, but like close to the kennel, but not in the kennel like he is in the video.
So the video happened after that, according to you?
Video happened after I got
After
there.
you first saw Paul? You're saying he wasn't in the kennel. When did the video happen?
I believe that to be the case.
Okay. After you had arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
And,
Very shortly after I arrived, but after I arrived.
all right. And did you tell Maggie at that time that you were going to go to Alameda?
I did not.
Did y'all discuss it at all, according to you, to these new facts you're testifying to?
I don't believe so.
Did you have any conversation with her?
Oh, yeah.
Had you had a conversation, did you have a conversation with Paul about the dogs, about Cash's tail prior to going down there?
Prior to going down there? Did I have a conversation with Paul about,
That he was
Yeah, his
asking
demeanor
about
definitely
Cash and some
changes.
problem with his tail prior to going down there. Did you have any knowledge of that prior? to
Depending if
going
he's
down
trying to lie, if he's trying
I'm
to tell
not
the
sure.
truth.
As I sit here today, I don't recall that, but I don't think so.
When you first arrived in the golf cart, where did you pull up to?
I pulled up right where Maggie was.
Which is where?
She was standing in a spot where she could see in between the chicken coop and the storage room of the kennels, where the dogs were back up in those planted pines, behind the kennels, to the left of the chicken coop.
And what did you do after that?
I went back to the house.
No, I mean, did you pulled up, you get out of the golf cart,
Oh, when I pulled up, I stayed on the golf cart.
you stayed on the golf cart. How long did you stay on the golf cart?
However long I was
It
down
is,
there.
senor tweakers.
No, I got off to take the chicken from Bubba.
All right, so how long were you down there before you took the chicken off the boat?
Very short time.
Like what?
Couple minutes,
And what were you doing during the couple minutes before you got over there to deal with Bubba?
talking to Max.
All right. And what did y'all talk about?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, sir. I do know that Maggie was very concerned about Paw Paw, and
You remember a lot of detail about all these new facts, but you don't remember what you talked about?
I don't remember the exact details of what we talked about. I believe
What a
that at
coincidence.
that time we may have talked about Paw Paw, but I'm not certain.
How do you not remember the last conversation with you had with
Were
your
you withdrawing
family?
at this time?
At this time, no, sir.
You weren't withdrawing at all.
No. I mean, I would only withdraw when I didn't have bills.
And you're saying you had pills?
Yes.
Down there for a couple minutes, I think you've said now, before you get off the golf cart?
About, yes, sir.
All right. And where do you go at that point?
I take the chicken from Bubba.
All right. So you get up?
Well, I mean, Bubba's come out there with this chicken. I mean, he's showing us, hey, I caught this chicken. And I take the chicken from Bubba.
Bubba came up to the golf cart.
He came up by the golf cart. He came up to Maggie and I, which I was on the golf cart. She's by the golf cart. I mean, he's not coming to the golf cart, but he's coming to us.
Is this during the kennel video or is this after the kennel
Can we
video?
get Bubba on the stand?
Well, no, you hear
Bubba,
Maggie
we
say
need
he's
ya.
got a chicken. That's what
Tell
she's
us what you saw
talking
that
about
night.
is Bubba caught a chicken.
All right. All right. So is the kennel video still going on before you go get the chicken? I mean, you've heard it, correct? You've heard it in this courtroom.
I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly, but in close timing to Bubba coming out of those woods with the chicken, I got up and took the chicken from him.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Were the dogs barking and carrying on or going out into the woods or acting like they sensed somebody was around that they didn't know?
Were the dogs acting like there was somebody around that they didn't know?
Yeah, like dogs do.
No.
No, they weren't.
There was nobody around that the dogs didn't know.
Okay. Dogs didn't, to your indication, sense anything out of the ordinary. They were just chasing after the guinea.
There was nobody else around
All right, good.
for them to sense.
You've heard the kennel video. Would you agree with me that it lasts for about 50 seconds?
I agree with that.
So it would have ended around 8:45 and 45 seconds. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
Did you have the chicken out of Bubba's mouth at the end of the kennel video, or did it take longer than that?
You know, I can't remember exactly when in the video he came up with the chicken, but I would have had the chicken out of his mouth within 10, 15 seconds of Maggie saying he's got a chicken.
All right. And so then what did you do?
I put the chicken up.
All right. How long did that take? Did you get out of the golf cart to do that?
I did.
All right. And you had to go walk to where it was?
Well, yeah. I mean, a few feet, but I did that, yes.
All right. So how long did that take? And
Seconds.
we're at 8:46 now. How long did that take?
Seconds.
Just seconds?
Because people want more. They're not content.
What
They
did you
get
do
greedy
after that?
sometimes.
Got back on the golf cart.
And what'd you do after that?
I left.
You left.
Now,
Just
did I
jumped
leave?
on the golf cart and left.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. Did I get on the golf cart and leave that second? Probably
No, that's
not.
cash.
Did I get on the golf cart and leave very quickly after that? I did.
But the
Yeah, I
dog
think
with
you
the
testified
chicken.
Yesterday, I got out of there.
I did.
Why'd you get out of there so quick, Mr. Murdaugh?
Because it was chaotic, it was hot, and I was getting ready to do exactly what I didn't want to do.
You were getting ready to do what you didn't want to do.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to sweat. I was getting ready to work. I went back to the air conditioner.
So did you say goodbye, according to your new story?
Did I say goodbye?
Yeah. Did you talk to them at all, or did you just get the chicken, put it on there, jump on there, and just take off?
I wouldn't have just gone off. I mean, I would have said, I'm leaving.
Okay.
Did I say goodbye? Bye.
And again, go ahead.
I mean, there would have been some, there would have been some exchange. I'm not staying here.
Well, what was that exchange?
You don't remember? We're going to normal speed.
I mean, you've had such a photographic memory about these news stories. what happened here?
That's not, I can't tell you the exact words.
You don't remember your conversation after you put that chicken up. Did y'all talk about the chicken?
No, I don't think we did.
Did you talk with Paul about Cash's tail?
After the chicken?
Yeah.
No, I know I didn't do that.
Did you tell Maggie I'm going to go check on him?
At that point, no, I don't
Did you
think
tell
I did.
Maggie, it's hot out here, think I'll go back?
I certainly would have said something to that effect.
All right. So, unlike everything else with the news story, you just can't recall what that would have been.
Well, I mean, you're making that categorization. I think there's other things about that I can't remember. But if the question is, can I remember exactly?
Listen, he was going on and on about the dog, the collar, the chicken.
What words I used?
Let me see if we can
gave
find my video that I
Maggie
made.
Some salutation when I'm leaving. I can't tell you what those were.
All right.
I think this
But
one
it
right
would have
here.
been something to the effect of, I'm leaving.
All right. Okay. What you would.
Is it this one? Might be this one. That he arrived at the scene. Is this the part right here where he's like talking on and on and on and on and on, and you're just like, oh my god.
Me and my boys laying.
No, it's not this one. Maybe it was this one.
You recall getting
Is this the one?
blood on you, on your hand?
Oh, right here.
That bit of chaos. I mean, it was clear to me that Max had just let the dogs out. Grady, that's Buster's dog, and the other is the yellow lab. The dogs first were let out, and the chicken coop sort of formed an L shape. Grady, I think, learned this from Bubba. Grady was chasing guineas. It's like a chicken. It's a domestic bird. They just make a lot of racket.
I feel like it's also like a self-soothing tech, because it's like I said, it's way too tight.
Bubba catches a chicken. Bubba didn't chase. These dogs didn't. Chicken wasn't dead, and that chicken wasn't dead. To take the chicken, and you had to have on his what we call a tracking collar. Is a tracking collar So he had on a tracking collar that a chicken sitting on top of the, any reason to believe anybody else moved that chicken. And another thing, when Bubba had on that collar,
Like, my editing makes it seem like he was going on and on, but he was going on and on, okay? He was just going on and on. I was like, dude, why aren't we talking about the important things? Let's talk about what was your last conversation you had with your son and wife. Let's talk about that. How long you were there for. Like, oh, my Lord.
he's done the way he's done.
Oh, wrong one. Okay, let's go back.
Concede that there was at least some conversation, that you wouldn't have just put the chicken on there and ran back to the golf cart and taken off.
Without
Right.
talking to Maggie, I would have never done that.
All right, so
Never
let's.
do that to my sweet
you want to say
Maggie.
a minute?
Never.
Does that sound about right?
A minute for what?
To have just whatever interaction it took for you to then, according to your new story, drive back to.
No, sir. It wouldn't have taken me a minute. It would
Not a
have been. It would have said. It would have been. I'm leaving. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay. So 30 seconds?
I don't think it would have taken 30 seconds.
You went
but,
all the way down
I'm
there to
fine
the
with you
kennels.
using whatever time you
stayed there for
want
5
to apply,
minutes.
But I don't
I'm
think
just
it would have
asking
taken that
about
long.
real life here and how people interact with one another, Mr. Murdaugh. I mean, so what you're telling this jury, I call you're fuzzy on these kind of details, is that you jetted down there, you dealt with the chicken, and jetted right back.
No, sir. No, sir. I didn't jet down there, and I didn't jet back. I got up after
like you
Maggie
did.
asked me to leave. After Maggie asked me to go with her, and I didn't. I got up. I went
Jetted.
and got on a golf cart.
Jetted.
I drove down there. I did what I did. I said I'm leaving or something to those words, and I went back.
All right.
Any alibi in any way, shape, or form, because I did not and would not hurt my wife and my child.
So why
So
can't
I
you
know
remember
for a
what
fact
you were doing?
that I never, ever, ever created an alibi.
Why don't you remember what you were doing when you were so busy for this 4-minute critical period?
I do
Other
remember
than
what I was doing.
Other than I was getting ready to go.
Get him, Cray Cray.
Because that's what I was doing.
Hey, double door.
Okay.
Dude, he is so performative. Oh my
Let's
God.
keep going. You made those calls to Maggie in that 4-minute period. You had just seen them a few minutes ago when you say you went down there and came right back. Why didn't you just take that quick little left 1,100 yards away and stop by? See why they didn't answer the call. You're obviously wanting to get in touch with them. Why didn't you go down to the kennels that were so close by?
There was no reason to. I mean,
Making multiple missed calls to Maggie, and she's so close. And there's a driveway right there. Why do you not just go down there and say, hey guys, I'm heading over there?
it wasn't important to do that. Me making those phone calls is simply me letting. I believe I called Maggie, and I believe I called Paul, but that's simply me just letting them know that I'm leaving for a minute. I'll be back. The fact that they don't answer is not unusual at all. Now, it is odd. It is unusual that they never call me back. But at that moment, the fact that there's a missed call when I know they're on the property, I mean, that doesn't even register at all. That's perfectly normal to try to call somebody who's on the property and not be able to get them. And as far as not going down there, there was no sense of urgency. Maggie was with Paul. You know, she should be as safe as she could be.
Brandon, thank you. Hello, welcome back to the membership.
Yeah, she should.
Hi, Taxi. Yeah, she should have felt safe. Why do you think there was no defensive wounds?
Did you talk with Maggie about going to Alameda when you were at the kennels?
No, I don't believe I did.
Did you talk with Maggie about going to Alameda during supper?
I know that we had talked about it. I had talked, I don't believe we talked about it at supper, but we may have. I know that I had talked about that I was going to go over there. And then I decided that I wasn't going to go over there.
So what was your conversation at supper? Tell me specifically, if you could, please.
Thanks, Comer.
About going
Appreciate
to
it.
Alameda.
I can't tell you that we specifically talked about it. The only thing that I can tell you we specifically talked about at supper was Paw Paw.
All right. And what was the conversation?
Maggie was just concerned. Paul had been having
Welcome, welcome.
Paul had been having high blood pressure, and he's very resistant to go to the doctor. And this has been going on for a little while, but lately Paul's feet had swollen, and for a 22-year-old to start having swollen feet concerned both of us, and it particularly concerned Maggie, and we talked about that.
What was the cause of swollen feet?
Did y'all talk about Mr. Randolph at all?
I'm sure we did.
Do you remember that group text coming in about whether or not anybody was going to go see Mr. Randolph at the hospital the next day?
Do I remember it coming in?
Yeah.
I don't remember it coming in,
Because
but
you didn't read it till the next day. But
I've seen the data.
why didn't you? Did you ever text the group and say you were going to Alameda at all?
No.
Did you and Maggie ever specifically discuss her going along with you to Alameda?
I don't believe that we did. I know that there was a point in time where I said Maggie might go, but it's highly unusual for Maggie to go and visit just my mom. That whole situation, it just made Maggie sad, and she didn't like to go. So
You
I don't believe that we did, but I do acknowledge that at some point I said she might go for some reason.
You told law enforcement on multiple occasions that, first of all, Maggie was planning to stay at Edisto the night of June 7th, correct?
I did say that.
All right. And you also said that you came to find out that she came home of her own accord, correct? You told that to law enforcement. Is that true?
She did come home of her own accord.
That she decided on her own to come home because she was worried about you. Isn't that what you said?
I did say that, and I believe that to be the case.
All right. But since despite what you told law enforcement, we've since seen the texts that you actually called her and asked her to come home on the night of June 7th.
No, sir, that's not correct.
What?
Not correct?
No, sir, that's absolutely not
That's what
correct.
she told other people. We have text, don't we?
Your sister-in-law Miriam testified to just that
Oh, we don't
fact
have
of the
text.
conversation she had with Maggie, but you're saying that's not true?
I don't believe that's what Marion said.
And
She said it loud and
your
clear.
defense put in this Exhibit 107, where Maggie texted Blanca and said, Alec wants me to come home.
That's the
I've
text.
seen that. I agree with that.
Is that it up on the screen? Oh, I've got the wrong end.
So now Maggie's lying, y'all.
You've seen this text?
I have seen that. Mr. Waters, the only dispute I have with what you're saying is you're saying that I called Maggie and wanted her to come home. I always wanted Maggie to come home.
Oh,
And
come
I would
on.
have talked to Maggie about coming home before she ever left to go to Charleston and to Edisto. And I can tell you this, and I didn't realize this at the time, but I realize it now, that Maggie was already undecided about, now I didn't know this, but Maggie was already undecided about staying at Edisto. I can promise you that, because Bubba and Grady were in their kennels, as y'all well know, that night. That day, if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night at Edisto, at a minimum, Bubba would have been with her, and probably both dogs would have been with her. It was very unusual for her to spend the night anywhere without one of us or those dogs. So
So you're
that
saying,
tells me that when she left that morning, she was already seriously thinking about coming back.
So you're saying that you never called her and had a conversation that day asking her to come home, specifically on the night of June 7th, 2021?
Maggie and I had a couple of phone conversations that day. What I'm telling you is that before she left, no, I don't believe we had a phone call about that. We may have discussed it during the phone call, but I didn't make a phone call to her to ask her to come home. I had already told her I wanted her to come home. I always wanted her to come home. You heard Marion say that too, that I always wanted Maggie with me.
But we're talking about today, this situation.
Marion, didn't she?
The fact that I wanted her to come home?
Correct.
Well, sure. I mean, that's what Marion said.
So you're denying that you called Maggie and specifically asked her to come home that night?
I didn't make a phone call to Maggie to ask her to come home that night. I asked Maggie to come home long before she ever left. And I probably asked her again each time I talked to her, but I didn't make the phone call specifically for that, as you're saying.
Dude, every time he goes off like on a tangent, he's trying to get in control of the situation.
And to be clear, I'm certain that if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night, Bubba would have been with her, and probably Grady.
Keeps repeating his same script over and over again. Like, he's got a script that he has to follow.
All right. Why did you tell law enforcement, though, that you found out after the fact that Maggie wanted to come home because she was concerned about you? Why did you phrase it that way if what you're saying to the jury now is accurate? Why would you phrase it that way?
Because I believe that to be the case.
That you found out afterwards, but now you're saying you knew.
No, I'm saying I found out afterwards why she came home, Mr. Waters.
Okay.
And she came home because she was worried about me. So I'm going to be clear about that. I did not learn that until, I think, the day after she got killed.
But you're saying that you found out that after the fact, but you're telling this jury that you knew the things that you just said about her wanting to come home. And you were unaware of what Marion would say at that point either.
No, I'm saying at that time, I had not thought about Bubba and Grady. Since that time, I've thought about that. I'm certain of that. At the time, I thought Maggie was staying at Edisto. All right? She was going to Edisto to meet the people, to do the work. Maggie loved to stay at Edisto. There's no doubt about that. It would not be unusual at all for her to stay at Edisto. But just like every other time, I had already asked her, please come back, come back. Always wanted her to stay with me. Always. But I did not learn about, and Maggie even texted me, I'll see you in a few hours. But I did not know why she decided to come back.
Really?
Until later.
Really?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know if that's believable. You're just telling her how your dad was in the hospital. You didn't know why she came back?
And I learned it from Blanca.
Oh, okay. Now you just
Blanca
coincidentally
actually
just
showed me
learned
the
it from
text.
Blanca. Yeah, he just
That
goes
she sent
on and
her
on. It's a self-soothing
talking about
technique when he
being
starts
worried
getting
about
really
me.
nervous. He's trying to take control of the situation or control the conversation.
You would agree with me that you sent a text to Maggie at 9:08:58 while in motion in the Suburban, as reflected by the data?
I do. Which was because I couldn't reach them by the telephone, and I wanted them to know where I was.
Okay.
Which is what we do.
And you got to Alameda around 9:22?
I believe that's correct.
I can go down to it.
No, I don't have any reason to dispute that.
Made some more phone calls along the way?
I did make more phone calls along the way while I was riding.
Called Chris Wilson?
I did call Chris Wilson.
They started investigating Alex Murdaugh's conduct during the boat accident when he showed up at the hospital and tried to coerce the victims to say, like,
a short conversation
not talk to
with
the
him?
law enforcement, whatever. They started that investigation like a couple months
I did
before
have
the
a
murders happened.
Conversation for however long the records show.
About 131 seconds. That sound about right?
If that's what the records show, 2 minutes.
Called your brother, John Marvin, for about 106 seconds, including connection time. Does that sound about right?
That does sound about right.
And one of his like friends that was like a sheriff was fired as well and charged with something, I believe.
Arrived at 9:22. Does that sound about right?
It does.
And then at 9:24, you call, that's the landline at Alameda, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you went inside, is that right?
Yeah, that's
Talked to
right.
Miss Shelley.
That's right. I called the house phone to get Shelley to let me in.
Valve, stop.
You were asked by law enforcement how long you were at your mother's house. You said 45 minutes to an hour. Isn't that correct?
I think I said a couple of different things, but I think at one time,
Yeah, you sure
I did
did
say
say a
that.
couple of different things.
you know, routinely through this thing, I kept saying, you know, when you get this data, you'll see exactly. When you look at my phone, you'll see exactly. When you do, you know, so, you know,
Dude, it's raining so hard outside. What the
me
fuck?
giving the times was always given with the thought that, okay, there's OnStar out there, there's whatever.
Sure.
Had a conversation with Miss Shelley after the fact. You actually asked her to say that you were there longer than 20 minutes.
You know, I heard Shelley's testimony.
Miss Shelley's a liar too,
believe
huh?
Shelley to be a good person. I wasn't trying to influence Shelley on any particular length of time because at the beginning of this, I believed that data would show what data would show. And for me to tell her to say something when my own star is going to show something different just doesn't make any sense. So
I think he was so cocky that he didn't think law enforcement was really going to get into him, like charging him and all that stuff. And he didn't think that they were going to be able to get a hold of his OnStar shit. Maybe he didn't even know about it. I don't know. But you know what? Now he's saying that like, oh, well, I already knew that like if the cops wanted to, they could have gotten the OnStar data. So I didn't really coerce Miss Shelley to say anything. No way. She's wrong. This makes no sense for me to want to coerce her.
I can't answer that. What my recollection is that I told
What a
Shelley that
manipulator.
law enforcement would be talking to her. We may have discussed how long I was there. At that point in time, if I thought I was there 45 minutes, I may have said I was here 45 minutes, but, you know, I can't tell you.
Hi, Shelley. You a liar, Shelley. Stop lying.
Blanca testified to that you talked to her about the clothes that you were wearing. It made her uncomfortable, correct?
Ask that question again.
Ooh.
It's similar to your conversation with Blanca that she testified about when you talked to her about the clothes that you were supposedly wearing. And it
What's,
made her feel uncomfortable. Do you remember that testimony, sir?
what's similar to that?
Well, that you're talking to both of these individuals about their testimony in a manner that's inconsistent with what they know.
No, I don't think your assertion is accurate. You have to understand this. On August the 11th, when I went to meet with David Owens, and in that, David Owens asked me about, he showed me that Snapchat and asked me about clothes that I had on. And shortly after that, the next time I was with Blanca, I asked Blanca about those clothes
Okay.
because David Owens had asked me about them.
Okay.
He made an issue about it. And so I checked with Blanca to see what I specifically asked Blanca, and it was an issue to me. So I got Blanca and I said, I need you to sit down and talk with me about this. This is important. Do you remember my clothes when you came to Moselle that day? And she remembered exactly what she testified to. She remembered that my pants were there. She wasn't sure if the shirt was there. At that time, I think she actually thought the shirt was there, but she was clear that she wasn't sure about that. No, she wasn't unsure, but she didn't remember, but assumed that it was. So that was the conversation and why I was asking Blanca.
Well, again, you're very specific about your memories of that conversation. Is that correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
You dang right. I'm consistent about that because
Consistent and Alec Murdaugh in the same sentence.
David Owens is asking me questions and telling me I'm a suspect in the murder of my wife and my child, and asking me about my clothes. You dang right, it was important.
It's because he was confronted with the video that was taken of him,
Why I went to her and for what reason.
and he was wearing a different outfit, so he got worried.
Yourself. You're not concerned about giving accurate information to law enforcement, correct? Mm-hmm. What's the reason for that, Mr. Murdaugh? Why don't you want to give accurate information to law enforcement? Why do you want to talk to these women who both are employed by you or your family and try to influence what they are going to say?
I did want to give law enforcement accurate information. I told a lie about being down there, and I got myself wed to that. But I wanted to give them as much. I knew that I hadn't done this, and I wanted to give them as much accurate information as I could. But the reason I went to Blanca is specifically because of David Owens talking to me on August the 11th.
Okay.
Blanca's lying. Michelle, she ain't know what she talking about.
See that you're underway about 9:42, heading back.
He had no reason to lie because he knew the OnStar data was going to be available at some point anyways. Hey, I'm saying, like, sometimes when you lie, it don't mean you're a smart liar. Sometimes you lie about dumb things that you know can be, disproven later on. We've dealt with manipulators before. We've dealt with, like, compulsive liars before, so some of the tactics that he's using, it's like, wow, this is kind of familiar. I feel like this has happened to me before. All right, what are we looking at?
Turned on Moselle about 10:01.
I would say cellar door. It's great for us.
Turned into Moselle at 10:01.
Yeah. Sorry.
It looks to me like I turned into Moselle at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock on the dot, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, had he said that he was at the kennels, this would have been a different story. There might be people that might be like, oh, you know what? Maybe he didn't do it,
At
right?
the house at 10:05.
Because there's so many lies that came out.
Yes, sir.
It completely changes the situation.
And then that's when you went back to the kennels after you came back from Alameda, correct?
I went to the kennels after I went to the house. I went from Alameda to the house to the kennels.
And
Yeah,
you
he
got
got
to the
away with
scene,
crimes for so long.
you
Had the
got out of
family
car,
name. He was tight with law
according to what you
enforcement.
told law enforcement repeatedly, and went and checked the bodies, correct? Before you called 911, is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct.
You're saying you didn't say that to law enforcement?
I don't know what I said to law enforcement, Mr. Waters, but I can tell you this. When I pulled up and I saw Mags and Paw Paw, I jumped out of that car. I know that I went back to my car and I called 911 as quickly as I could. That point in time, when I got on the phone, then is when I went to them and did the things that I did.
What things?
So,
But you were
what
very,
you're saying is not accurate.
You're saying that you didn't say very specifically to law enforcement that you went to them prior to calling 911.
When?
You got out of the car. You told law enforcement repeatedly that you went over and checked the bodies before you called 911.
No, I don't.
Another story
If I did
change.
say that, I don't believe that's accurate. Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
No, sir. That's not accurate. At least that's not what I remember.
That's not what you remember saying, or that's not what you say now happened?
No, that's not what I believe happened.
Okay. But you don't deny that's what you said.
Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
I don't believe that's what I said.
Yeah, because the story that we had was
Now, I know I checked them.
he arrived
but
at the
I don't believe I
scene,
checked them before I called 911.
went to Paul and Maggie, saw them, tried to check their pulse, tried to turn over Paul's body twice, phone fell out, put the phone back on his butt, tried to check on Maggie, and then called 911.
I can pretty well remember vividly.
And they were like, you did that in 20
When I
seconds?
checked Paul, I was already on the phone with 911.
That's not what Jim Gifford said. That's not what he was defending you. You changed your story recently. Because Jim was like, well, isn't it possible that he pulled up and then called 911 right away when he saw the bodies laying on the
This
ground?
data,
Why didn't Jim say, oh, he was calling while he was checking for the pulses? Well, that's because you probably just changed your story, sir. It's all good, Sherry.
the vehicle parking at 10:05 and 55 seconds.
Yes, sir.
I will say, though,
10:05, 57, the Suburban arrives at the kennels. You agree with that?
I think it's smarter that he's actually admitting to the lies.
At 10:05, 57, it shows the Suburban arriving at the kennels.
Because we watched another trial where there was someone else on the stand and they wouldn't concede to anything, even though it was like straight up lies. So,
Okay. Okay.
The 911 call was at 10:06:14,
Okay.
just about 20 seconds later. You agree with that?
I think that sounds right. Yes, sir. I mean, that makes sense. But that goes back to what I'm saying is I pulled up. I saw them. And I know I jumped out of my car. But I believe that before I checked them, in fact, I'm almost certain that then I went back and I got that's when I went and got my phone and I called 911.
Okay.
And then after I called 911, there was a little while where there wasn't, I don't think there was anything going on. And I believe that is the time period that I went and checked on them.
I don't want to belabor this point, but what you're saying here today, now that we have this data, that's not exactly how you expressed it to law enforcement in your prior statements. Is that correct?
No, sir, I disagree with that.
and
Totally
notice,
disagree with that, Mr.
and
Ward.
notice now, any statement he
What you're
makes,
talking about?
he tries to make sure he leaves room for doubt, just in case later on it gets disputed, and he could be like, "Well, I told you I wasn't sure. I told you I didn't know. I told you I wasn't sure what happened, or what time it was, or how long it was." So now he's trying to be a little bit more smart. He's like, "Yeah, I got to make sure anything I say, I got to make sure I leave a little bit of room of doubt, just in case they catch me on my lie. It won't look as bad." Yeah, we dealt with you before, Mr. Murdaugh. We've seen many of you in our lives. Got the liars and manipulators. The compulsive liars. Are you talking about the roadside shooting, Joe? I believe that happened. I believe so. It's like, how could you not tell us what you said to Paul and Maggie when you left? And how long that interaction was? Well, I'm not sure. Well, you're really descriptive about the dog collars. You're really descriptive about the chicken in the mouth. You're really descriptive about all the other things. Oh, man, he thinks he can probably get away with this. This and the financial crimes. I will say, though, I think the reason why Creighton didn't cut him off so much when he was confessing all the financial stuff is because Creighton's like, you know what? If we don't get this mother effer for this crime, we're going to get him for all the other ones. Because now we have him on the stand admitting to scamming all those people. That, and also, I think the judge that's presiding, I don't think he likes it when people get cut off when they're on the witness stand. I honestly think he needs to get cut off more instead of sitting there and doing his, like, soap opera. Yeah, I did a video about that yesterday, and I did like the time lapse thing. He was going on and on about the collars. What did he say he did with the blood on his fingers again?
Daughh. All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th. 1968.
And a good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen, and Lower Rutland with Collin County. I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So just start at the top. Take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. And my boy over there, I could see it was. And I could see his brain on his. And I ran over to Maggie, and actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I mean, I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to take, I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good.
Oh, he's gonna say it wasn't sequential. He's gonna say that, like, well, even though I talked about checking their bodies, but I did say I called 911 right away. It just wasn't sequential, meaning that, like, oh, when I got to the scene, I called 911 right away. Oh, God. Is that what he's gonna say?
I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that. And
Yeah, I don't know, Moon. That's a weird statement, but maybe it's a Southern
How many
thing.
times did you call him?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John,
And
and I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
Roro, you mean?
The person you didn't name, that was Rogan, the little boy right around the corner. Is that who you're talking about?
That's correct.
And it seems he hesitated and even wanted to mention
Going
Roro.
back to your question, I mean, that's the way I remember it, what I said right there. And your question about did I do these things before I called 911, that's not what I said then, and that's not what I remember now.
So you're saying now that you went out, you checked, you came back, got your phone, and that's when you called 911?
I'm not saying that now, Mr. Woods. I am saying that now, but to me, that's what I said then. I mean, I told her, I called 911 right away. There was no time to do the things that I'm talking about doing in the time between getting there and calling 911.
When you talked about calling Rogan, and you said that he lived right around the corner, correct?
That's correct.
But Rogan wasn't staying there at the time. That's the whole reason that Cash was at your kennel, right? You knew that.
Well, Rogan was staying in Buford a lot, but he was home a lot too. I didn't know where Rogan was on a daily basis.
About keeping his dog Cash at the kennels when he was staying with his girlfriend and working down in Buford?
Yes, he had asked me that. But I mean, that had been some time before. I didn't know. You're making a big deal about this, Mr. Waters, but that particular night,
Damn right he is.
I didn't have a clue where Rogan was staying or not staying. I was trying to find somebody to come out there with me. I'd called Randy, I'd called John, and Rogan was the next best alternative.
Not Buster.
And Rogan is so close. I mean, Rogan, of all these kids that you've heard, Rogan, Gibson, Roro is like a Rogan. You prefer when I call him Rogan, is truly like a son to Maggie and I. And he was such a good friend to Buster, and he was such a good friend to Paul. And you've been through everything I have. You'll see that 2 weeks or 3 weeks prior to this, I ran out of gas when Bus and Paw weren't home. And Rogan's the person that I called to bring me gas.
Nobody's disputing any that Rogan would have helped you. Let me keep playing this.
Around Paul.
The law firm partners, too. They showed up. Called them all up in there.
Anything else?
I mean, there were some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence. I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not no, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover, and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You just testified that in the wake of this, you didn't know what you said to law enforcement. That was what you just said?
No, I mean, I know a lot of what I said to law enforcement, but there's a lot of things in looking back at this video for one, the 911 call for one. I mean, there's a lot of things that I didn't remember.
Okay. But right then and there, just not long into this interview,
tell if this lady believes him or she sympathizes with him, or if she doesn't believe him. Sorry.
Lie.
She's like,
Right there.
Play that again.
You said.
play it again so it gives me time to give a better response.
And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house.
Play.
You want me to back it up some more?
Please, I need some time to
we
make
can
up a
give her some time.
response.
Anything around now? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover, and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You want to hear it again?
No, sir, but I don't
So you
think.
made a conscious decision to lie right there, this early into an interview, sitting in the front seat, correct?
I don't believe so.
You didn't make a conscious decision to lie?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that was lying at that point.
What?
Okay. Tell me why not.
Because Maggie had gone to the kennels and I was at the house.
Okay. So you think you were being...
Oh.
That was not a lie at that point.
I don't believe so.
At what point did you decide to lie?
I'm not sure, but it was in that.
It was in this interview?
That's a toddler
that it was.
explanation.
Okay. It's this interview where you're sitting in the front seat, correct?
It is.
You're not in custody, correct?
I'm not in custody.
They're giving you water, letting you chew tobacco, treating you politely, correct?
Rubbing your
Treat me
back,
very
give you a little
politely.
massage.
What was it that clicked? So you said it's in this interview that it clicked that I'm going to lie about the most important fact that I know?
I'm not sure exactly when in it that I lied, decided to lie, but I believe it was during this interview. I believe all those things that I talked about, those things that had gone on, the things that people had said to me.
That's such a toddler excuse. Well, technically, I didn't lie because I was at the house and Maggie was at the kennels. That's what kids say to you when you caught them in the lie. Or cheating boyfriends or spouses, siblings.
Don't talk to anybody without a lawyer. Partners all told me that, or a lot of my partners told me that. My dear friend, Chief Alexander. was the one that
John
said
Marvin looked
that.
like he embarrassed.
I overheard, I believe it was Sheriff Hill, I'm not positive. I overheard him tell, I believe Mark Ball or Gray Holmes, don't let him talk to anybody without a lawyer. And what I believe is that based on my distrust of SLED and getting in that interview, and I'm not positive about this, but I believe when he asked me, about my relationship with my wife and my son, I believe that's when I decided to lie.
You also left out when you had the GSR too, because that's what you testified to yesterday.
That certainly contributed.
And your dope paranoia too. You said that as well, correct?
Well, those things are what triggered the paranoia that started as my addiction evolved.
Right. And so you're an experienced lawyer and you've been a prosecutor, and you took the advice of your law partners that you should have a lawyer there, as you read that as, oh, I should lie.
That's not an accurate.
Because that's not what that means, is it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, that's not an accurate statement what you just said, Mr. Waters.
I just repeated what you just said. You said it was one of the factors was your law partners, and now you're blaming Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander told you that you needed a lawyer before you talked to police, and you took that somehow as meaning I need to lie?
No.
As a lawyer and a prosecutor?
No, that's what you said, Mr. Waters. But
How am I mischaracterizing it from your perspective, Mr. Murdaugh?
Because
I think isn't that what you heard? Isn't that what you just said? Excuse me.
No, sir, that's not what I said.
All right,
So,
well, say it again.
I believe those guys
Say
were
it
trying
again.
to help me. I believe they cared about me. I believe they thought that I was in a condition such that I shouldn't talk to anybody. Those guys had to prop me up, help me get myself together just to be able to go talk to David Owens. They were trying to help me. But before that, that was just one of the many things that I believe led to that situations sitting in there where those paranoid thoughts came to me. Them talking about not talking to anybody without a lawyer, Brian Murdaugh, checking my hands, the fact that I got a pocket full of pills in my pocket. I was the person who found Maggie and Paul.
So you cared about yourself more
My
than
distrust for SLED.
Maggie and Paul.
All of those factors combined and made me decide to lie. I also know him asking me about Maggie and Paul contributed to that paranoia.
What?
All I'm saying is, I'm not disputing that I lied. I'm just saying at this point, you're saying I made a conscious decision to lie here, and I'm saying I don't think I made a conscious decision right there.
Okay, so it was later?
I believe so.
Had you already had your GSR done at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had.
And you'd already talked to your law partners and heard Sheriff Hill. Now you're blaming him and
I'm not-
blaming
no.
Chief Alexander now as well for your life.
So you're telling me a prominent white man who had a family legacy of over 100 years, who was, it seemingly seems like, was tight with the sheriffs from different counties, you had a distrust of the law enforcement? I don't buy that.
Lies.
No, sir, Mr. Waters.
You just added that
Caused by opiate addiction.
one. You didn't say that yesterday. You just added that one.
Be given the opportunity to answer the question.
On the fly?
Objection.
Can you finish your last answer?
Accept full responsibility for what I did. What I'm saying is what I believe contributed to me doing that, and the reason why I did that. I think those folks were trying to help me, so I don't blame them. I think they were worried about me.
Okay. I don't dispute that, but you're saying you took that advice as I need to lie.
Nah, what you're doing is you're isolating one single
I'm not
thing.
isolating anything. I've mentioned all
Getting
the
mad.
factors. You've added some new ones, but I mentioned all the factors that you're blaming for
No,
your
sir.
decision to lie.
That's not what you did. What you asked me is, you said I took my partners telling me not to talk to somebody without a lawyer as a reason to lie. And that's an inaccurate statement. That was one of the factors that went into a series,
decision to lie.
hang on, Mr. Waters, a series of events, all right, that caused me to have paranoid thinking, all right, and then I lied.
All right. But at some point it happened during this interview that you crossed over. You're saying that you came into this interview intending to be fully disclosing to everything, and something happened in this interview that sent you over the edge, and you said, hey, let me lie about the last time I saw my wife and child alive, supposedly, according to me.
I certainly didn't go into that interview, I believe, intending to lie. Mr.
Okay.
Waters, I wasn't capable at that point in time of planning anything or thinking through anything.
So somehow during this interview, all of a sudden those senses came to you to plan and do that.
When I got to thinking in that paranoid way, that normally, as I said, I mean, I could take a deep breath and make it go away. I never had a situation where it lasted more than a matter of seconds. That night, after all those things had happened, it didn't go away in a matter of seconds. And I decided to lie.
Those are the clothes that you ultimately gave to Dave Owen, is that right?
Those are the clothes I gave to David Owens.
At what point did you be able to chuck the pills you say are in your pocket? When did you do that?
When I was in my bedroom.
When you're in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you put them?
I'm not sure where I put them, but ultimately they would have gone in my suitcase.
So that's when you did it? Do you have a specific recollection of that?
No, I don't. I just know that I took them out of my pocket.
If we watch this whole video, you think you could, if we watch the whole thing, you think you can say, okay, that's the moment where my senses came to me and I decided I was going to tell this major lie?
I don't know that it happened like that, but I mean, I may be able to tell you some things that contributed to it. We watched the whole thing.
We've heard that.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to be clear, though. At least on this one, at some point during this interview, when you were able to plan your lie about this event, and you made that decision.
Obviously,
but it wasn't what we just played. It wasn't yet. It was some point after that.
I don't think that's a lie right there. Is the reason why I don't think that it's occurred before this, because what I'm saying there, I believe to be truthful. And I know this. I know for a fact that when David Owens asked me about my relationship with my wife and my child, I know that that played a role in that. And I believe that, and I may be wrong, but I believe that this was before that.
You ever heard the expression, not telling the whole truth is the same as telling the lie?
Sure I have.
That's something you understood as a lawyer and a prosecutor?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, still waiting for old-fashioned feller to respond. Making a drive-by comment by saying oh, y'all are being biased, you're not logical. Well, I think the better way, instead of just stating something like that, why not just say the reason why you think he's not lying or why you think he's not guilty? Just start with that. I feel like some of the people, it's okay if you believe him. We ain't gonna fault you for that. But instead of making cheap comments like that, just tell us why you believe him. That's it. And then we'll debate about that. I don't mind if you believe him. We're gonna have a difference in opinion. That's fine. But making cheap comments like that doesn't really do much.
All right, Ms. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Here we go.
Alexander Murdaugh.
We started over from the beginning again?
And spell your last name so I get it correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And a good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
Why are we starting over?
And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Colleton County. I'm misled. I hate to have to do this.
I
but-
understand.
yeah,
I totally
yeah,
understand.
yeah.
So you don't have any problem
Yeah.
with it.
So,
You hadn't decided to lie right there, correct?
I don't believe so.
You told David Owen that you understood that he had to ask questions and you do what you need to do, correct?
That is what I told him.
I do want to go back. I mean, we're going to re-listen to
This
it,
might be a good
but...
time for a break.
Jim!
I mean, that answer.
Hi, Jim. What's up, Jim? How was your lunch? What'd you eat today, Jim?
During cross-examination of Mr. Murdaugh, he had testified that in relation to the financial crimes that he had tried to meet with the Attorney General's office and that on multiple occasions and that he had from the get-go had always been willing to sit down with them. He was specifically talking about the financial investigation and the charges which he received as a result of those investigations. Following up to that questioning, that answer, Mr. Waters then went to Mr. Murdaugh's testimony and the information he provided about being down at the kennel, and he said you had never provided that information to law enforcement and other people until today or yesterday. And Your Honor, that is a direct violation of Doyle v. Ohio, where the Supreme Court said that cross-examining the defendant about his failure to have told an exculpatory story after receiving Miranda warnings at the time of his arrest is a due process violation. The court goes on to say the defendant's post-arrest silence cannot be used against him, violates due process. And that's exactly what happened on cross-examination. So I want to make clear the grounds for our objection. Also would like to move to strike the question, strike the answer, and get a curative jury instruction that they are not to consider any failure of the defendant to come forward with exculpatory information after his arrest relating to the murder charges. Thank you.
Mr. Waters.
All right,
Yes, sir, Your
response?
Honor. Clearly, this defendant has given statements on multiple occasions, and that operates as a waiver under Doyle. Additionally, my question was not so limited as Mr. Griffin says, and it was, in fact, the defendant who made a point of saying that he had repeatedly tried to talk and put that in issue, at which point this was directly responsive to what he brought up. Additionally, this was also, all that was discussed were public statements of his counsel, who was an agent on his behalf and attributable to him. So there's no Doyle violation here. If Mr. Murdaugh had claimed his right to silence from the beginning and had kept that throughout, then the state would be precluded from commenting on the exercise of his right to remain silent. But one thing we know about Mr. Murdaugh is he has not remained silent at any point during this process, and he's the one that brought up this false claim that he had been begging to tell the kennel story when, in fact, he did not do so till yesterday.
Doyle primarily addresses the issue of post-arrest silence. If an accused is silent following an arrest, then it's improper to comment on the post-arrest silence. It does not allow an accused or a person who's suspected to give contradictory information or to voluntarily give a statement or to voluntarily give a misstatement, as has been acknowledged here. I do not find any Doyle violation, and the record is protected. Down. I certainly understand
You tried, Jim.
defense
You tried.
raising any and all
Oh, Jim's not here anymore. Hold on. I'll pat him when he comes back.
And you've done it here. The record is protected, but all motions are denied.
You tried, Jim. You tried.
Let's bring the jury.
The jewelry. Bring him in. All right, we should be up to date now. All right, guys, new poll. I honestly didn't know about the Murdaugh documentary until someone kept bringing it up yesterday. And it popped up on my Netflix feed, and I was like, I guess I'll just watch it. Why not? I haven't finished it yet, though. It starts with like the boat case, and a lot of Paul's friends
Please, Court, Your
are on
Honor.
there.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Murdaugh, good afternoon.
Oh, we came out on Wednesday? Oh, they knew, because they knew the trial was going to be interesting.
Thank you.
Coming out during the height of interest.
When we left off, we were talking about at what point during that interview in the car with Dave Owen that you decided to start lying about the murders of your wife and son. I'm going to pick up this video real quick. Not going to play the whole thing, but
Oh, no.
we'll start from 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Oh, no, look at Murdaugh.
Just start it out, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. And my boy over there, I could see it was. And I could see his brain on his.
Wiping any tears?
And I ran over to Maggie. And actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Wait, Cheyenne, what are you talking about?
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them.
Whoops, sorry.
And, I called 911 pretty much right away. And she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
How many family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John, and I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
There was some body things, yes, sir.
Like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, no.
I'm confused why they're interviewing the car, though. I know they said it was raining outside, but why didn't they formally take him into, the police station?
No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around now? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover. Okay. She fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
Just to be clear, you say you hadn't made the conscious decision to start lying about your wife and son's murder right there, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, let's continue on.
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you exactly when that decision occurred.
Okay. You can't describe to the jury the moment you decided to lie about your wife and son's murder.
I can't tell you exactly when that moment occurred.
I left the house and went.
But you did say earlier that when David Owen asked you about your relationships, that was a trigger point, correct?
Well, that was certainly one of the things that contributed or made me paranoid.
Okay.
Now, there were already things that had gone on that occurred, as I said, that put me in that mindset.
Yeah.
But exactly when I decided to lie about that, I can't tell you.
So the things again you talked about, your dope paranoia, the fact they'd taken GSR, and you talked about the advice of your law partners and Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander, and then you talked about your distrust of SLED somehow from the circumstances and demeanor of this interview right here, correct?
No, my distrust from SLED didn't arise from this interview. My distrust for SLED arose from a couple of things, and it's really several things. It arose from the way they had been involved in, SLED had been involved in the investigation into Paul's criminal charges, and they had been involved in, there was an issue that had gone on with some rumors about Buster and Paul. They had been involved in that, where...
Wasn't he the one that was in charge of trying to get SLED?
You know, Buster nor Paul had anything to do with what
to not
I'm
investigate
talking about.
him and Paul?
SLED would never...
You were the one that was leading it.
You know, they told their lawyer that. They never say that. And there had been another incident where SLED had charged Greg Alexander, my friend in this case. They charged him. And in fact, I thought the agent that was involved in that was David Owen, but the charges against Greg Alexander were so... They were so wrong that my dad and I made a conscious decision, even though he was a career prosecutor, made a decision to go to the courthouse and sit with Greg Alexander while his trial went on, because
This was 10 years ago, right?
it was a while back,
Yeah.
you know. But
You don't know if Dave Owen was at SLED 10 years ago.
No, I checked on that, because that night the officer who was involved in that case in bringing clearly manufactured charges against Greg Alexander.
So you're saying the night before you sat down for this interview, you were asking somebody about whether or not something about Greg Alexander 10 years ago in the wake of what had occurred?
Oh, no, I didn't ask anybody.
Okay, so that wasn't what you were discussing when you were sitting in this car.
No, I wasn't discussing that. I'm just telling you that I thought David Owen was the same agent that was involved in that case. Now, I learned later, because I checked on it, I learned later that it was a different David, SLED agent, first name David with a different last name. I learned that later. I'm just saying that was all part of that process going on in my mind.
So you're saying that you're sitting here right now thinking that this Dave Owen and this circumstances and demeanor of this interview, you're thinking that guy had been involved in the prosecution or investigation of your friend 10 years ago?
I did.
Okay, so here's a new one you just mentioned to us, correct?
No, that's not a new one. That's part of...
I mean, the circumstances are new. I mean,
No,
that's fairly
no.
specific, don't you think?
Well, no, sir.
I mean, the story keeps evolving. Keep going.
No, you asked me about this, Mr. Owen. What I said is part of this whole, I mean, Mr. Waters, part of this whole process involved my distrust for SLED. That was a big part of my distrust for SLED.
Yeah, we can all see it on your face in this interview, can't we?
I don't know.
But you said what you just said a little bit ago, that wasn't the lie, that wasn't the conscious decision yet, so let's keep going.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't believe that it was. I don't
Okay.
know exactly when I made the decision to lie about that.
All right.
All right?
Well, if you see it, let me know, okay? Go forward.
To my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there, so I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and I drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
as good as it could be.
How was Paul?
Is it me or was he crying harder on the stand than he
22.
was in this interview?
So that was the moment?
3
Right
hours
there, that
after
line of
discovering
questioning,
their bodies.
Just asking some very general questions about your relationship. You mentioned that before, didn't you, Mr. Murdaugh? Is that the moment right there? Is that the look on your face when you decide to lie about an important fact in your wife and son's murder?
I don't know, as I said, Mr. Waters, I don't know the exact point that I made that decision.
Specifically earlier mentioned that very exchange as somehow triggering you to lie about the last time you saw them alive.
Now, I'm not saying that that's what made me lie. I'm saying this whole set of circumstances caused me to be in a state where I had paranoid thoughts.
Sure.
That normally, Mr. Waters, I could take a deep breath and make go away in a second or 2 seconds or 3 seconds at the most. And on this night, I wasn't able to do that. But all of those things that I mentioned, I believe, contributed to that.
Okay.
The silence is uncomfortable, isn't it?
Keep adding them.
I'd be glad to answer any question you have.
Well, I mean, I'm asking you. I mean, the factors have gone from yesterday to today, and now even after lunch, we got some new ones. So, anything else you want to add right now as to factors?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe that I've added any new factors. I believe that's what I said yesterday.
All right.
I've explained some of those factors because of your questions, but I don't believe I've added any factors.
Okay. All right, let me move this forward just a little bit.
Okay, so most of this was stuff from between a couple of them, but not.
You had talked about yesterday in great detail about the boat case, which you brought up on the 911 call and to Daniel Green, and then, of course, in this first interview, correct?
I did mention the boat wreck.
All right, and you described that. Do you remember what you said in this interview about the boat wreck?
Not
About
specifically.
specifically the other people involved in the boat wreck? You don't remember specifically? Do you remember specifically? I guess you said no.
I remember talking about the boat wreck, and I
Don't
know
know
that I talked about the boat wreck.
All right. Well, I'm going to play now from 1714.
any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip-yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
What was the term you used for that? A small amount of yip-yap?
Yeah, and just to be clear, Mr. Waters, there was never, ever a point in time where I thought that the people that were involved in the boat wreck did this to Paul and Maggie.
Okay.
I've never thought that.
All right. I never thought that, but it's literally one of the first things that you said out of the 911 call.
Now, one
That's not
call,
what I said.
when law enforcement
I never,
showed up,
ever, under any point in time, believed that those kids that were riding in that boat, or their parents, or their families, I didn't believe that any of the families, the people that were involved in the boat wreck, had anything to do with hurting Maggie and Paul.
so you thought a
But I can tell
bystander?
you that
So you thought a bystander that hated Paul for damaging those families wanted to do it?
at that time, and as I sit here today, that I believe that boat wreck is the reason why Paul and Maggie were killed.
Okay.
And I'm certain, I believe that.
It was random vigilantes.
Yeah, people were just
5'2"
mad on the
vigilantes.
internet.
Now, what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that when Paul was charged criminally,
3 hours
there were
after he
so
found
many
him. He was
leaks,
crying more in the stand than he was crying in that car.
half-truths, half-reports, half-statements, partial information, misrepresentations of Paul that ended up in the media all the time.
All of his friends said that Paul was
And
driving
when I
the
tell
boat.
you the social media response that came from that
So social media did
was
it.
vile. The things that were said about what they would do to Paul, they were so over the top that nobody would believe anybody would get on social media and do that. But I believe then and I believe today that
See, I believe Paul and his family got so much hate, not because of the actual incident. I mean, that's part of it too. Like, you know, boating while driving or drunk boating while you're drunk and stuff like that. You accidentally get one of your friends killed. Like, yeah, that's really fucking awful. But you know what? People make fucking mistakes when they're young, and it really sucks. However, I think the reason why they got even more hate was because how the investigation was treated afterwards and how the Murdaugh obviously seemed to like try to like cover it up, you know? Alec Murdaugh and the grandfather showed up at the hospital, and the victims, they were like saying that like, yeah, it was really weird. Like all of a sudden he was telling like law enforcement that they were representing us, and they're like telling us and not tell the law enforcement, like, you know, we shouldn't cooperate. We're not going to talk to law enforcement. Like it just seemed like they were just trying to be involved with like the whole cover up thing. And I think the town just felt like that was a really shitty thing to do. So it wasn't just that like Paul was getting hate because of what he did. Yeah, he was getting hate, but it was because of everything that happened afterwards, where victims felt like they were just getting fucked over. And then one of the families, so there's another, so they were trying to say that Paul was the one that was driving the boat. It was actually like their cousin or something, Connor Cook. And so Murdaugh's told Connor Cook's parents, hey, you know, like your son is involved in a boating accident. He was the one that was driving it, but don't worry, we got you. We're going to be your lawyers. We're going to represent you. We're going to take care of you. Meanwhile, they were going to law enforcement and saying, oh, Paul wasn't driving it. It was Connor Cook. And then all the friends were saying, no, it was Paul that was driving it. So it was like that started coming out. And I think that's why the community fucking hated them so much, because of the whole cover up thing that happened afterwards. Not just that like, oh, you know, dumb fucking teenager makes a fucking mistake, gets his friend killed in a boating accident. It was everything that happened afterwards, it seems.
the wrong person saw and read that.
What?
Okay.
Because I can tell you for a fact that the person or people who did what I saw on June the 7th, they hated Paul Murdaugh, and they had anger.
Yeah, there's some crazy people out there, but like that's such a stretch that not someone that's not related to the families of the victims. It's just some random person on the internet saw that, was like, you know what, we gotta take Paul down. This is some messed up shit. Like, I don't know, the chances of that happening, it just seems so freaking low. And how did they know that Paul was at Moselle?
In their heart. And that is the only reason.
If Paul's Snapchat location services was on, I forgot if it was on or off or not, but they would have only had like an hour to get their asses to Moselle and done the murders. And where are the tire tracks? Was there any? I don't know. There's no evidence shown that there might be other people on that scene, like, you know, other like footprints there, tire tracks and all that. And at least they didn't find that.
Somebody could be mad at Paul like that and hate him like that.
Gotcha. All right, so we've got now.
But that's why I did then believe it was the boat wreck, and I believe now that the boat wreck had something to do with it.
All right, so we've got random vigilantes because of the boat wreck.
Now, I don't know that they're random vigilantes.
Well, you just said it wasn't the family or the kid, or the kids or the family of the other kids in the boat.
I thought he was accusing the family or the kids of the boat.
Social media, and you don't have any evidence of that, do you? You just believe that. You're just telling that jury that as you try to explain the lie that you told for the first time yesterday. Isn't that right?
Yeah, and the shit that happened to Mallory's family was so fucked.
All right. Well, let me ask you a question. So what you're telling this jury is that it's a random vigilante.
That's your
the 12-year-old, the 12-year-old 5'2" people that just happened to know that Paul and Maggie were both at Moselle on June 7th. That knew that they would be at the kennels alone on June the 7th. That knew that you would not be there, but only between the times of 8:49 and 9:02. That they show up without a weapon, assuming that they're going to find weapons and ammunition there. That they commit this crime during that short time window, and then they travel the same exact route that you do around the same time to Alameda. That's what you're trying to tell this jury?
You got a lot of factors in there, Mr. Waters, all of which I do not agree with. but some of which I do.
Which do you agree with and which do you not?
All right. Testified this happened. Well, let me back up just real quick. When you were driving to and from Almea, why were you in such a hurry? Why are you rolling 70, 80 miles an hour down that dark, beat-up road?
I wasn't in such a hurry.
You weren't?
No, sir.
All right. How's this?
It's not Moselle cart.
Is that where it was on June the 8th, to your recollection?
No, sir.
Where was it left?
I mean, it was near there, but that's not exactly where it was. No, sir.
Okay, where was it?
Where we would normally park it would be a little bit closer to the sheds. I mean, a little bit closer to the house, to the bushes.
Okay. Your Honor, this.
When was that photograph taken?
Well, do you recognize when it was taken?
No, I don't recognize. No,
You
sir.
wouldn't dispute that it was around the time in the aftermath of the murders, would you?
Aftermath being when?
I'm asking you.
A day, a week, an hour?
I wasn't there, Mr. Murdaugh. Do you recognize those?
I recognize the car, I recognize the house, and I recognize the golf cart. But that is not. That's not exactly.
That's the
how
Moselle
it
house?
Would have been
All right.
that night.
Can you describe to me then where it would be different?
Well, it would be more in line with. First things first is when we drove the golf cart, or when I drove it for sure, and I believe when the others drove it, you would come in and you would go across the little brick walkway that's in front of this. So if I would have come in and gone this way, or I would have come in and gone this way, this is not a place that any of my family would have normally parked it. And so what I'm assuming is this obviously is taken at daytime. And what I'm assuming is it was taken when SLED came to the earliest it was taken was when SLED came to the house the next day, which I believe the testimony is in the afternoon. And at this point in time, that golf cart, I would assume, would have been moved several times, but that's not how it was.
Well, where did you leave the golf cart when you got out of it around 8:49?
In the manner in which I just talked about.
Okay. Well, help me out again so I understand. You would have come around this way or that way, but where was it? Where would it end
It would
up?
have been in this picture is facing to the right.
Oh, I got you.
The night that I drove it, I believe I parked it facing to the left.
I understand.
Would be customarily how I did it, and I believe I did it that way that night.
Okay. Well, all right.
And that is how I would have gotten into it.
All right. That's a very specific memory. Thank you. All right. At this
Well, that's
time, the
just how it
state would
normally
offer States 573 and evidence.
No objection. Admitted without objection.
Could I have the Omo very briefly?
And see, Mr. Waters, you can see in the picture now that you bring this up on screen, if you look to the right, you can see the actual steps. And just to the left of that would be where the little brick patio starts. So where I would normally park it, you would roll across those bricks and the end of the golf cart would be just past those. And we all normally parked it that way because the way you charge this golf cart is if you see that back seat that's sitting,
You're back.
you can see the edge. This is a 3-seat golf cart, and you can see the back seat. And a lot of golf carts have the charger that sits on the floor or something. This golf cart has a charger that's plugged in and a part of the golf cart. So you flip that seat up, and it plugs in. And the outlets are right up there by the door.
Okay. Anything else you want to say about that?
I'm going to answer any questions you have, Mr. Waters.
Well, I appreciate all that information in great detail.
Judge, you did a comment.
Sustained.
All right.
It's just never parked that way by the family.
Now the computer back, please. What's up? Mr. Murdaugh, I'm going to put up the second interview. This would have been June the 10th. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I do want to go through a couple of things with you, okay? For the record, first.
With her stomach and her tooth, I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of him, and I can't. I want to say Gordine
Okay.
is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
No, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer.
Yeah, this is like 3 hours later. I would be a wreck
I
still.
left to go to my mom's. She
When he's
said
trying to
she
keep his
might
story
drive
straight, there's
with
no
me,
tears
but
coming
she
out.
normally doesn't when I go over there.
Also, I feel like you would just have so many regrets. You would have been like, oh, I should have stayed there. I should have been there. I should have been there to protect them. I don't know why I left. I should have stayed home. But you don't hear any of that, I don't believe.
And I think I texted her.
There?
Like, there would be a lot of irrational thoughts going through your mind, thinking that it was all your
Decided-
fault because you weren't there, right? But do we hear any of that?
Was that the moment that
I don't think
decided
we do.
to
You
lie?
decided to lie to mean old Dave Owen?
I don't know. As I told you, Mr. Waters, the exact moment that I decided to lie. But at that point in time,
But you did lie
obviously,
there, correct?
I did.
And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
All right, I'm going to go to the second interview. It's been previously admitted.
You know, I was hoping, well, not hoping, but I was willing to give him a chance to see what he was going to say on the stand. Because maybe when a defense goes, they can completely turn it 180,
Your
right?
direct testimony that
They
after
haven't.
these crimes happened, you were around family, family was around you, your law partners were around you pretty much every minute after that, correct? Every waking minute. Didn't you say that yesterday?
Yes.
I initially thought he
worked
hired
for
people to do it.
a long
I don't believe
time.
that anymore.
All right. And this second interview was 3 days later, is that right?
That's correct.
And in no time with any of your close friends and law partners and family do you confess the truth, do you?
No, I
Thank
did
you,
not.
4 billion.
Do you say, hey man, I think I messed up.
You get that Amazon
What should I do
sponsorship.
about this?
No, I didn't.
You're not telling that lie to anyone, are you? Until yesterday.
Excuse me?
You're not telling that lie to anyone until yesterday, are you? You're not telling
catch that again?
lie. What should I do about this?
No, I didn't.
You're not telling that lie to anyone, are you? Until yesterday.
Excuse me?
You're not telling that lie to anyone until yesterday, are you?
Not telling what lie?
He playing dumb. That's what liars do. They play dumb.
Saying I tried to tell somebody that I was lying?
Create and disengage.
All right.
I wish Creighton would go harder on Alec. It might not be his style. Huh? What? Let me repeat the question again so I can have time to think and craft a better answer.
And
All right, I'm going to move this to approximately 24:56.
Alec, how about this? You give us the Sperry's, you give us that seafoam shirt. What will you consider? And you tell us that you put your Fitbit on your dog or something. That's why it was logging 253 steps. How about that?
went to go to the
How else can he get himself out of this? Yeah, look at Harpooli. He's like,
red
fuck.
thing, getting
Correction, I'm at 12:28.
him, he doesn't like to go to doctors, making him go get his blood pressure checked. His feet had swollen up recently.
Wow.
So, that was a big, huge deal.
Okay.
We hung around the house for a little while.
Hey man, the prison
I
diet
know
is
that
different.
Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the kennels?
I don't know exactly. But on normal occasions, she would drive a buggy, drive a four-wheeler, or very common for her to walk.
Okay.
Why are these interviews in cars?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But it could be anyway, I don't know exactly. I wish I could help you with that.
So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming, Paul left
Okay.
because of,
Gotcha.
what happened. I'm assuming Paul
Yeah.
went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
He assumed that Paul went to the kennels. But bro, now you're saying that you were at the kennels with them the whole time. This is such a weird lie to craft. I don't know, man.
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And
I think it would look better if he just said that no, I wasn't at the kennels. I have no idea why my voice is in the background. Maybe Maggie was playing a video of me from earlier that day, and maybe that's why my voice was in the background. But I wasn't at the kennels. I have no idea why it was back there. I don't know. I think that would have been better than saying that this new lie he's come up with.
I was watching TV.
I don't know why my voice is in the
looking at my
background.
phone, and I actually fell asleep.
Shit, you see my face? No, you don't. You hear my voice? I could have been on the phone with her on the
I
intercom.
don't know exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I got it written down for the other
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got it.
So, I texted her, so I called her just before that. And, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Y'all will just have to look. I'm not sure if I called Paul.
Well, and that's why we're getting the phone so we can nail down the times and everything.
Pretty much all of that was lies, wasn't it?
The part about me not being at the kennel was a lie.
Well, also not knowing that Paul went down there, not being sure, that was a lie too, wasn't it? You're putting some detail on this thing, aren't you?
Not knowing when Paul left. Everything about me not going to the kennel was a lie.
And you're able to just do that so easily and so convincingly and so naturally, don't you?
That's not for me to judge.
That's true.
True. The jury will judge on that. Oh. Alex? Yeah, you a hot mess, man. The jury might be pissed right now that you're wasting their time. Sitting there in comfortable seats right now.
that to get.
By evidence, I mean, is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, I mean, like the shot shells out there, the casings, the DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other
Hey,
places
toy
that we
box.
think somebody may have touched while they were out there. We're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that. Which at the conclusion of this, what I'm going to also ask is that we get a buccal swab, the DNA swab from you.
No problem.
Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to eliminate it once it's developed.
We don't need that unknown
Yeah.
when it actually is a family member. Or
There's no problem.
I mean, we have talked to close to 100 people trying to track people down, and we're still tracking people down. And that's why, who Paul was with.
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Paul was really an incredibly intuitive little dude.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, he was like a little detective. And
He was like a little detective. Is that
Oh.
what you said?
Oh,
I said,
okay.
and he was very intuitive, like I said.
And that was
He said he never called Paul a detective.
what Marion described as Maggie's term for how he was and keeping tabs on your pill usage. Wasn't that correct?
That was what Maggie said about him.
For some reason, you decided to bring that up in this interview, didn't you?
That was a trait of Paul's personality. I think anybody who knew him would tell you how intuitive he was.
Got it.
Going through hours of videos that we.
All right. For the record, I'm at 4630.
Going uncollected.
well, thank y'all
Yeah.
very much.
So,
Mr. Allen,
You don't have to call me Miss. You just call me Alec. Thank you for that.
Call me Sir Alec.
when you and Paul got back to the house, Miss Maggie's there, and y'all eat supper, which has been prepared, and you said you laid down and took a little nap, and when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you were going to eat.
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
So, and just trying to narrow down, the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie is when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
Something.
Your answer was yes, sir. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That timeline is still too tight, though. From the time that Maggie gets home and they all go back to the kennels again, that's like 8:17 she gets there. That's like 13, 14 minutes. So Maggie gets home, and then Alex says that him and Paul were apparently still at the kennels. They go from the kennels to the main house, takes them, 2 minutes? And then he takes a shower. He comes out. They all have dinner together. Maggie says he wants him to go to the kennels. He doesn't want to go, so she goes. And then he goes afterwards, after laying on the couch for a little bit. Like, that would have all happened in 13, 14 minutes. All of that. What a tight timeline. And then he's like, oh, I was only at the kennels for a little bit. Literally went there to grab the chicken out of the mouth and I left. Why would you only stay at the kennels for a little bit too? It doesn't make sense. Don't make sense, sir. Damn, look at his face. He looks pissed. He looks scanning the gallery. Looks kind of pissed. All right, what we got, Creighton? Ooh, what soup are we getting? I want soup. I want tomato soup so bad.
10th interview, 2021 interview, but between that June 10th interview and the August interview, you were not working very much. Is that correct? If at all?
No, I definitely wasn't working very much. I think I was working a little bit, but no, not very much at all.
Did you go to Johnny Parker to borrow $250,000 in order to cover the Ferris fees?
I
2 to 3
did.
hours?
You
How?
I did.
Did you tell him what that was for?
No, I did not tell him what that was for.
Did you go to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 in order to help cover some of the Ferris fees that you had taken to send to Chris Wilson?
I did.
And did you get those fees before you signed any paperwork or documentation?
I've heard testimony about that in this case, but I can't tell you the specifics of that.
Okay. You don't recall that?
Do I recall when I signed paperwork? No, sir.
You don't recall that you got the money a month before you had to sign any paperwork?
No, sir, I don't recall that.
Call your phone being in the console, but
I'm
you
not
don't recall
disputing that, but I don't recall it.
Did you go to your best friend Chris Wilson and convince him to cover $192,000, the remaining $190,000, in order for him to send that email to your law firm as if those fees had been there all along?
I spoke to Chris Wilson and did not have the full amount of the fees, and I got Chris Wilson to put the remaining fees in his trust account.
And when you did that, you didn't tell him the truth about your life. You just asked him to cover you,
No, I
correct?
didn't. I did not tell him.
And he agreed to do that because of his belief of who you really were, or who he thought you were.
He agreed to do that for whatever reasons. I assume that was a big part of it.
And once that $600,000 was transferred, Chris Wilson sent an email to you saying those fees had been there, were in his trust account, correct?
That is correct.
And then you forwarded that email to Lee Cope and Jeannie Seconder, correct?
I know I forwarded it to Jeannie, and I've heard that testimony about forwarding it to Lee Cope, so I believe that's correct.
Okay. Why'd you not get it all from PSB?
Because at that time, there were limitations on how much I could borrow.
My thoughts
because
have a southern
Mag
accent right now.
was passed. And so I was
Selective
limited.
memory.
Okay.
I couldn't get a loan against Moselle and had to get a loan against Palmetto State. Against Edisto.
Going to the third interview. All right, I'm going to go to 1745. Apparently
I think because he wants to turn towards the jury more than towards the person asking him the question.
Again, you repeated the same lies over and over again,
I did.
effortlessly and convincingly.
I don't know about that.
Well, they can see it there.
I agree with that.
Nobody yelled at you.
Nobody yelled at me. Nobody, none of these guys were ever discourteous to me. Like,
Nobody what?
I said none of those guys were ever discourteous to me. You made a comment earlier that David Owens was mean or something about being mean, and he was never mean to me.
All right. But you decided to lie in part because you distrusted David Owen.
I distrusted SLED in general, and I particularly distrusted who I thought was David Owen at the time,
Okay.
who turned out not to be David Owen.
So wait a minute. I want to be clear. You're saying now you thought that this was some David Owen that had something to do with Greg Alexander 10 years ago.
No, sir. And I'm not saying that now. I said that all along.
Uh-huh.
The person that I saw and watched in Greg Alexander's trial that was clear to me was just, it was terrible what they did to Greg Alexander. And the person at SLED who was responsible for that was a guy named David. All right, and I'm not going to get into his last name. I thought that David Owens that night was that guy. Later,
Making up a new person.
down the road, and it was a while, I checked into that, and I found out that I was mistaken, that it was not David Owen. It was
So when
a
we went
different
back
guy.
and we spent a lot of time going through that first statement, you're telling me now that you were sitting there thinking that this was a completely different guy the whole time, and that was on your mind during that entire interview.
Yes, at the time,
Okay, all right.
I thought that David Owen, no, I didn't think David Owen was a different person. I thought that David Owens was the person that my dad and I had watched. Just, I mean, my dad and I truly thought evidence was
Yeah, you said that
manufactured,
part.
and I thought it was David Owen, and I was wrong about that. But that's what I thought that night.
Any other factors or details you want to add about your decision?
I want to answer any question you have,
No,
Mr.
no, I mean,
Waters.
Before you change your mind again?
Any more?
Do you have any more questions, sir?
No, I mean any more about your decision to lie. I mean, I just want to, let's get it all out now. Okay.
If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them, sir.
All right, well, I do. Tell me about the replacement blackout. You initially told law enforcement that you weren't sure whether or not there was one, correct?
Oh, no, sir, you're absolutely wrong about that.
What did you say then?
Shortly after this, it became being told that Paul's gun had been stolen. And the one you heard talk about being stolen from the thing. And I'm not sure how I learned this, but I learned that somebody, I believe SLED had gone to John Bedingfield, who made those guns, and could only find paperwork for 2 blackouts, one of which they were saying was stolen in 17. And that's what they were telling me. And I was certain, and told them that I was certain that there was a third one.
But initially, in June 8th and June 10th, or June 10th, you were saying that you thought that y'all had replaced it, and then you kind of wavered and then eventually said you did replace it, correct?
I don't believe that's correct. No,
You
sir.
don't believe that's correct?
No, I don't believe that's
Did you
correct.
say to law enforcement that you thought that the third gun, the replacement blackout, had gone missing in Christmas of 2020?
It did go missing in Christmas of 2020.
So you're telling them that one also had been missing 6 months prior, correct?
When-
Answer my question first, and then you can explain. Did you all tell law enforcement that that gun had been missing since Christmas time?
I told law enforcement that when we looked for it at Christmas time, we could not find it.
Okay.
And that was accurate. We looked for it when we were trying to shoot hogs, when we had a group of people out there, and we could not find it.
Okay. But you now know that it was there as late as turkey season.
I know, sir. I know that Will Love and Paw Paw had it right before turkey season, like Will Lovin testified to.
So it was around, actually.
It was around there at some point in time there, yes, sir.
So you're saying it got stolen a second time, or you just don't know?
No, I'm not.
The 12-year-old stole it a second time?
I never said a 12-year-old stole any gun, Mr.
Sorry, the
Waters.
5'2" people stole it a second time?
I don't know that it was stolen. I just know that when we looked for it at Christmas time, we couldn't find it. And I know this. I know that I hadn't seen that gun in a long time. I've heard the testimony that people who were at my house using guns and hunting with us all the time.
So they stole your guns?
Rogan,
Ro-Ro?
Buster, they didn't, I can't remember about Buster, but there were several people who didn't even know that gun had been replaced.
Ro-Ro,
so that
Bus
tells
Bus?
me that that gun did not stay where our regular guns were. And I know that I didn't see it there, and that tells me that they didn't see it there.
Of course you didn't see it there, because it's got to be missing, correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
Ask that
Yeah,
question
one more
again.
circumstance for your latest story to work is that it's got to be missing as well. It was when you told law enforcement it was missing at Christmas time. Now we've had testimony at this trial, and now you're still claiming that you never saw it. It must have been kept somewhere else. Where else would it have been kept?
It could have been kept anywhere, Mr. Waters, the way Paul did guns, the way guns were handled around there. I was terrible about that.
You're terrible about that.
I should have been stricter.
Well, if he left his gun in his friend's house, I'm sure they would.
Right outside
I'm sure they'd be like, "Oh, hey, we actually have Paul's gun. It's here."
the gun room door in turkey season of 2021, correct?
I know that now, based on what Will Lovin said.
And you know it was also fired across the street at y'all's shooting house around that same time, don't you?
No, sir, I don't know that, but I know that I would assume that it was fired.
Can you remind everyone when turkey season was?
I have no.
It said March, right?
I don't have any reason to believe it was done in close proximity to that time.
Because he said the gun was stolen in Christmas, and then the other guy was like, actually, I saw it during turkey season. I think they said turkey season or something was like in March or something. Or whatever season it was. But that was a couple months before the murders happened.
A few months go by,
Might have used his own son's gun
a
to
couple
shoot
months
him.
go by, and you get confronted about your thefts from the law firm, correct?
September of 21.
And unlike June the 7th, when Jeannie confronted you, this time they had unassailable evidence, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, they had.
No wiggling out of this one, correct?
I didn't try to wiggle out of this one.
Well, you've been wiggling before, though, right? You wiggled when you stole your brother's money twice, correct?
Well, I admit almost all of these things, Mr. Waters, but that's one of the things that I take dispute with,
Which one?
that I stole that money that you're referring to.
You're going to dispute that? Let's hear about that then. Tell me why you dispute cashing that check twice.
I don't dispute cashing that check twice.
But you're going to tell this jury that you accidentally didn't realize that you were supposed to be receiving some $125,000 check or $120 however $1,000 check 2 times. How many $120,000 checks do you receive?
I got that check, and this is several months after. I mean, you can look at my finances, and you can see how I was doing. I didn't balance a checkbook, but the fact of the matter is, when I got that check, I asked about it, and I was told mistakenly that it was for me, that I had done. Participated in that year-end thing, which I did sometimes, not often, but sometimes. Apparently, a new check got cashed. I cashed that check. Then a year later,
Yeah, where did you keep that one for a year?
I don't know where it was. It was obviously in my desk. But, Mr. Waters,
So you found it in your desk.
no, I didn't find it.
Well, you said it was obviously in your desk. So you remember that? You remember finding it in your desk?
No, I remember when we,
Did you go to finance and say, I just found this year-old check? Is this right?
no,
No, you took it to the bank, didn't you?
no, sir. I didn't.
Not allowing Mr. Murdaugh to answer the question.
So when this came up, when this came up, that check got cashed. There's no way that I can have a check in our law firm with the way accounting is, and that I can cash a check twice and think that that's impossible. So to cash a check that's already been checked, it's going to throw, there's no question it's going to throw that off. What happened is we used to get a rent check, we get little checks, I'd have checks, and they pile up, the small checks. That check got mixed in, and it got sent to the bank, and it got deposited.
Keep going.
And that was a year after.
Okay.
But I do dispute that I stole that money. That money.
All right. Well, I mean, you brought it up. So any of the other money you dispute stealing?
No, sir, you brought it up. I was just telling you that was the one I disputed.
All right. And you heard Ronnie Crosby and Mark Ball testify about that, correct?
I heard Ronnie and Mark testify about what they thought about it. Yes, sir.
All right.
Stevie? Oh, by the way, if you're new here, join our Discord. It's in the link below.
Testified yesterday about the side of the road.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And then you heard the testimony during the state's direct case about what you said on the 911 call. You heard that, didn't you?
I did hear that.
You heard the 911 call where you said you'd been attacked by an unknown assailant and described him?
I did.
And you saw the video from the ambulance where you said you'd been attacked by an unknown assailant and described him?
I did.
And you heard the testimony from Ryan Kelly where you again went into detail and described this attack from an unknown assailant?
I did.
And you heard the testimony about your interview on September 6th with law enforcement, in which you went into great detail and again described this unknown assailant?
I did.
And you
Just
heard the
handsome cousin
testimony,
Eddie?
and in fact the image was put in about how you sat down with a sled sketch artist and
So embarrassing.
spent a period of time with her going forward and creating an image of the supposed assailant.
I did sit down with I was in the hospital, and they came in, sat down with me, asked me a bunch of questions. I answered their questions, and
Yes, you did. You
it
sat
came
there
to
and
it came up with a composite. Yes, sir.
sat there and answered their questions just as effortlessly and convincingly as you've been trying to do for the past 2 days. Isn't that correct?
No, sir, that's not true. In that hospital, I mean, I couldn't sit still. I was standing up. I was walking around. I was using the bathroom with the lady sitting right there. I was 2 days into not taking, 3 days into not taking pills like I had been. So, no, it wasn't effortlessly. But, I mean, I told him what I told him. I don't dispute.
Rain posted this in my Discord. Can you guys see this? What you order online, handsome cousin Eddie. What you get, mugshot cousin Eddie. Oh man, I can't believe he went through with the composite sketch. It's so embarrassing.
You that I lied.
Oh my
It was all
God.
lies, though, is the point, correct?
It was.
I mean, you're saying
So
withdrawals, but you still were
embarrassing.
able to pull off lies in great detail.
I lied to them.
Catfish Eddie.
To say that the quote real bad guys were back again to finish the job. Isn't that true?
No, sir, that's not true.
That's not the effect that you intended that story to have? Did it have that effect on people that you knew? Isn't that the exact effect that it had?
I don't think there's many people that believe that. No, sir. I know the people that were, the people that were closest to me didn't believe that. So,
When
no, sir.
accountability is at your door, Mr. Murdaugh, bad things happen. Isn't that true?
When accountability is
After
at my
your life-
doorstep,
Go ahead.
bad things happen. What do you mean by bad things?
June 7th happened. September 4th happened.
I don't believe that June the 7th happened because
Cringe like.
accountability issues were at my doorstep. Now, I do believe in September that I tried to get a man to help me kill myself because issues were at my doorstep.
Every time, or I'm sorry, for the first time in your life of privilege and prominence and wealth, when you were facing accountability, each time suddenly you became a victim and everyone ran to your aid. Isn't that true?
I disagree with that, but I mean, what you're
Shame for you is an extraordinary provocation. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdaugh?
Hang on, let me just finish this. You seem to be implying 2 dates, June the 7th and September, and talking about accountability issues. And I mean, to me, those two things are totally different. There were no accountability issues on my doorstep on June the 7th.
That's what you say.
And in September,
Not what other people say.
I was trying to, well, no, I mean, been a lot of people, well, in September, that wasn't designed
You okay, Alec?
to gain me sympathy. That was designed for me not to be here because I didn't want my son to have to deal with the wake of the things that I had done.
Then why did cousin
That's
Eddie
not the story
shoot you
told.
twice?
The story that came out of your
why did he
mouth
shoot you
right
twice?
away was the story of you getting attacked by some unknown assailant while you were trying to change a tire in run flats.
Well,
That's the story that you told.
That is the story I told, but that's because the man who shot me did not shoot me that day as I intended.
Cousin Eddie was a bad shooter.
And I had to have a story as
And
to
didn't
how I
come
got
back to
shot.
finish the job.
So I lied.
So you lied. And you're saying that people in your family and your friends didn't instantly believe that whoever these 12-year-old marauders were back to finish the job.
Vigilantes.
You keep using
And
the
it
term
happened just 2
12-year-old
hours
marauders.
after you had been confronted by Chris Wilson.
I think probably some people may have thought that when it first happened, but I think like Randy, Ronnie, Mark, those guys, I think they knew very quickly that this was not.
Did cousin Eddie's change his story?
I think they knew this was something that I'd done.
He's meditating.
Shame for you, I asked this before, but shame for you is an extraordinary provocation, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Shame for me is an extraordinary provocation. I don't like to be shamed.
The prospect of humiliating the legacy is an extraordinary provocation to you, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
What do you mean by an extraordinary provocation?
It affects you deeply. It's your biggest concern, is it not?
No, that's not my biggest concern.
You're a middle-aged man like me?
I'm 54 years old. I'm not sure. You look like you're in better shape than me, so I don't know.
I was actually a couple of years behind you in law school, but we never knew each other, did we?
I never knew you, no, sir.
Had a very successful career up until this point?
You know,
Simple question.
and the answer to that is no, Mr. Waters. I was an addict for more than 20 years.
All right, so making millions of dollars over a decade is not having a successful career? Is that what you're going to tell the jury?
No, that's not a successful career. When you
You already conceded at that.
Okay, well, let me put it
no,
like this.
hang on. Let me just.
All right, go ahead.
You know, it may have been what you perceive as a successful career, but, you know, I was the one who was fighting that. You don't have a very high self-esteem
I don't know if Cousin Eddie changed his story, though.
when you're an addict. So I don't deem myself a success.
All right. Would you agree that at least outwardly you were perceived as successful?
Concede. You gotta concede to that. Come on.
I made a bunch of money, if that's what you're wanting to get at.
No, I'm actually asking about the perception. You were perceived as a prominent,
I tried to be.
powerful lawyer.
How I was perceived,
president
I don't
of the
know.
trial lawyers.
I sure tried to be.
Can we see the picture of when he showed up at the hospital with that cop badge flapping out of his pocket? Can we see that again? Because that was fucking hilarious. He was like, I don't think I was wearing a badge. Oh, I was wearing a badge. Oh, did you wear it like that on purpose? I mean, if I was wearing it on purpose, I mean, I didn't mean to wear it like that on purpose. So you just flap out your badge like that out of your pocket? Well, it probably happened accidentally. So your badge just accidentally just flapped out, showing the badge to other people that you're part of law enforcement. Well, I mean, if it did happen, it's not like I planned it, but I could have planned it, but I don't think I planned it, but I might have planned it. I'm not really sure.
The life of possessing authority.
Possessing authority?
Yeah, we saw the badges. You just admitted of your prominence in the legal community.
I don't think that I lived a life of possessing authority. I never saw myself as that way.
You don't think
Really?
you lived a life of privilege?
I think I was very privileged.
Fuck yeah. No, not the Bubba. Bubba did
As
not
we
the Bubba
moved
be.
to June of 2021, you were suffering from a drug addiction.
Absolutely.
Your father was terminally ill.
When? I mean,
As we moved to June of 2021,
no, sir.
he was very ill.
He was very ill.
And you were coming to a point of financial crisis.
Man, what is Jim going to do during cross-examination
I was-
or redirect?
I was having financial issues like I'd had many times in the past.
Mr. Murdaugh, are you a family annihilator?
A family annihilator?
Yeesh.
You mean like, did I shoot my wife and my son?
Yes.
He's like, why would it be a family annihilator? Buster's still alive. What do you mean?
No. Would never hurt Maggie Murdaugh. I would never hurt Paul
Buster might still be alive because maybe Buster's the one that's going to continue the Murdaugh legacy, all right?
Murdaugh. Under any circumstances.
Yep, he had the blue lights. Whoop, whoop.
Say that.
Excuse me?
You say that, but you lied to Maggie, didn't you?
I did lie to Maggie
You lied to Paul.
sometimes.
You lied to your father.
I'm sure I did at some point.
Did you tell him all the stuff you'd been up to over the years before he died?
No, I didn't tell him.
Did you lie to your brothers?
About financial things.
Yes.
I would have lied to Randy at some point, I'm sure.
I don't know much about Buster, to be honest. I'm only going by what's in the trial so far. I have no idea anything about Buster. I've heard some like rumors about him, but yeah, I haven't read any of those articles or anything.
Did you lie to him about the last time you saw your wife and son alive?
I did.
Did you lie to their wives?
I'm sure I did.
Did you lie to Marion Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to Bart Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to the Brandstetters?
Yes.
Did you lie to your best friend Chris Wilson?
Are you lying to the jury now?
Probably.
Did you lie to your other friend Barrett Bulware when you took his money?
No, sir.
No.
I didn't lie like I told you. I didn't lie directly to him. I lied to him by omission, like we talked about. I mean, I didn't talk to him. I didn't see him at that time.
Did you lie to your law partners?
I did.
Did you lie to them about the kennels?
Some of them.
Did you lie to Mark Ball?
Yeah, I believe, based on what Mark said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Ronnie Crosby?
According to what he said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Johnny Parker?
I don't believe I ever discussed that with Johnny.
Did you lie to him about the finances when you borrowed that money in July of 2021?
I don't know if I lied to him about. I don't think Johnny asked me. I don't think I had to lie to Johnny about that, so I don't know.
There's a word for that, Crystal. Let me look it up real quick.
Did you lie? Well, you certainly didn't disclose to him the truth when you borrowed that $250,000, did you?
I did not tell him what I was going to use it for.
I mean, didn't we say before that not telling the whole truth is the same as telling a lie?
Sure it is.
You don't think that's a lie, though?
I'm just saying, Mr. Waters, I'm not taking issue with that, but I don't even know that Johnny and I mean, Johnny had loaned me money numerous times. It wasn't any long sit-down discussion where Johnny wanted to know exactly what I was doing with it. That conversation would have been, I needed it. Johnny was always willing to help me, and that would have been the conversation. So on that specific event, did I lie to him? I don't know.
Yeah, he ended up being out $477,000, didn't he?
He ended up being out a lot of money.
And thank you for your qualifications as to that. Did you lie to Lee Cope?
I don't know. I don't know if Lee Cope was around when I said that or not.
Did you lie to Danny Henderson?
I did lie to Danny.
Did you lie to Jeannie Seckinger?
About finances, yes, I did.
You didn't ever talk to her about the kennels?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Did you lie to Annette Griswold?
I did.
Did you lie to Christy Gerald, your other secretary or paralegal?
I don't believe she and I discussed. I would have at some point, I'm sure.
Did you lie to Michael Gunn?
I'm sure I did at some point, but I mean, Michael wasn't involved in any of this, so I don't know that any of this ever came up with Michael.
Did you lie to your clients? Did you lie to Pamela Pinckney?
I did.
Natasha Thomas?
I don't know that I dealt with Natasha, but I certainly lied about that.
Hakeem Pinckney?
Again, I don't know that I talked to Hakeem, but I certainly lied about that.
Arthur Badger?
I did.
The Plyler girls?
I'm not sure that I talked specifically to them, but I lied about that.
Dion Martin?
I lied to Dion.
Johnny Bush?
Yes.
Manuel Cristiani?
I didn't have any conversations with him, but I certainly lied about it.
Jamie Risher?
Yes.
Randy Drawdy?
Yes.
Jordan Jinks?
Yes.
Mary Duncan?
Yes.
Adriana Hay?
Yes.
Angel Gary?
Yes.
Christopher Anderson?
Yes.
Elise Mallory?
Yes.
Thomas Moore?
No.
You never lied to him? You just took his money. You never had to actually lie to his face, is what you're saying?
He and I never had a conversation, but I did take that. I
God
did take
damn,
that
that's
money.
a lot of people.
Did you lie to Tony Satterfield just a couple of months before June 7th? You saw the text. You want me to get it out?
Florence Satterfield took care of his family, took care of his
Just
kids.
remind me. There's been a lot. Just remind me what it was.
He fucked her kids over.
I'll show you what's been marked as 463.
And I don't remember the exact date. So
That was in April of 2021. Is that right? Where you text him and tell him how hard you're working on the case when in fact you had stolen millions of dollars from him? Tony Satterfield, who got up on the stand and told the jury about that?
I texted him on April 12th, so 5 weeks before June 7th.
Told him everything was okay. You're working hard, right? It's a complex case.
He tried
Yeah,
to
I told
prey
him I
on
was
people's
working on the
ignorance.
case.
He was the son of your longtime housekeeper, Gloria.
Yeah, because they don't
I'm
know
sorry?
legal
He
shit.
was the son of your
They don't
longtime
understand the fees.
housekeeper, Gloria,
Took advantage of
who
all
had
of
served
them.
your family for many years.
That's correct.
And you stole millions from those boys.
I stole those funds.
And he and his family had started asking questions as we moved to June 7th. Didn't that happen?
No, I mean, there wasn't any rise in them asking questions. No, sir. I mean, he periodically checked in and asked me questions, but, you know, it had come out long before this, I believe, in the Island packet, that there had been a settlement of $500,000. But, I mean, that had been months and months, if I'm not mistaken. And so I didn't notice any uptick in Tony asking questions, and I don't believe that there was any uptick in Tony asking questions before June the 7th.
So you just gratuitously out of the blue decided to lie to him and send that text? Or were there things going on externally that caused you to need to head him off at the pass before further questions started to be asked about money you couldn't pay back at that point in time?
Nah, I don't think there was anything. I mean, on April 21st, I don't know what external factors you're talking about.
Do you want to explain that one anymore?
Explain what?
Whatever you want.
I just want to answer your questions, Mr. Waters.
Lied to everyone about the side of the road, the people that came to stop to help, and the ambulance folks, and the 911, and Ryan Kelly, and the composite sketch artist, and all of them, correct?
I lied to a lot of people about that.
You know why people lie, Mr. Murdaugh? Because they know they've done something wrong.
For the most time, I do.
And you've been able to lie quickly and easily and convincingly if you think it'll save your skin for well over a decade. Isn't that true?
I have lied well over a decade.
And you want this jury to believe a story manufactured to fit the evidence that you brought forth just yesterday after hearing this trial's worth of testimony.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Mr. Murdaugh, we went through this for a while, but you remember at the beginning of your testimony, I asked you whether or not you agreed that trying to explain your presence on the kennel video was the most important part of your testimony before this jury. You remember that? And you said, oh, not the most important. I said, was it at least important? You recall that from yesterday?
Yeah, I recall you asking those questions, yes, sir.
And you agree it's important, don't you?
I agree that is an important component. But I think there's a lot of important components.
And you? Testified yesterday and during cross yesterday and cross today. It's kind of evolved on the fact of the factors that led you to decide to lie at some point during that interview with David Owen, correct?
I disagree with that. I don't think those factors have evolved. I mean, you've asked some more specific questions, but those factors are still the same factors. You may have asked questions and gained a little more detail. But
Damn, how many hours have you been listening to Mr.
But it was
Murdaugh?
no paranoia. It was the fact that the deputy took your GSR. It was the fact that your law partners and Greg Alexander and the sheriff were telling you needed to have a lawyer before you talked to police. It was the factor that you got in the car with Dave Owen and thought he was somebody else from some case 10 years ago, correct?
That believing David Owens was the person involved in the case that I talked about was one of the factors that caused me to distrust SLED.
All right. And then also you said that they started asking you about, in that first interview, about your relationship with Maggie and Paula. And that's one thing you mentioned as well, correct?
And that was certainly something that contributed to
All right, next witness.
me having paranoid thinking.
Hey, man, some people deny till you die, right? Some people just have no shame, you know? No, 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 no shame, no, no shame, no, no shame. Stretch time?
He's contact Lynn. He's also going to give us the assistance of a couple of violations. Remember that?
They are dead on that.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Where are you now? All right. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now. That's my brother.
Okay. When was the last time you were here with them? Or talked to them or anything like that?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
Okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
That was Sergeant Green, correct?
Yeah, that was Sergeant.
Was that his friend?
And at that point in time, SLED was not there. No one had gotten GSR from you. Your law partners or Sheriff Hill were not there.
That's correct.
No one had asked you about your relationships. David Owen was not there.
That's correct.
But you still told the same lie. And all those reasons that you just gave this jury about the most important part of your testimony was a lie too. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdaugh?
I disagree with that.
Nothing further.
Mic drop. Let's go. Oh my God. Jim.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. Please do not discuss the case.
Good luck, Jim. Jim. What's up, Jim?
Mr. Murdaugh, we spent a long time yesterday and
It's loud.
a fair amount of time today talking about your financial misdeeds.
Yes, sir.
Have you been criminally charged for those financial crimes?
I have been.
You have pending charges against.
I do.
You
Actually, I should
you
use the
asked
rest of my
specifically
back.
about $792,000 in Ferris fees that you diverted from the law firm. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you were asked about an accounting or where that money went, and it went out pretty quickly, roughly.
Yes, sir.
And you recall testimony that over $500,000 went to Curtis Eddie Smith.
I do.
And what would that have been for?
That would have all been for pills.
For opioids?
Yes, sir. Specifically, all I was taking at that time was oxycodone and OxyContin.
And you were an addict, were you not?
I am an addict.
You are an addict. And did you repeatedly lie to those you love to cover up your addiction?
I did.
And were you concerned that you would be exposed if you didn't continue to lie about your conduct?
I did.
There's some specific things you were asked about, which I'd like to go over. One thing you had referred to a text message that you'd seen later on between Maggie and Blanca. Do you recall that?
I do.
And it's in the evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 54. And Doug, if you could pull that up, please, sir. And if you could highlight the Blanca text. Is this the text message you're referring to?
It is.
And and I'll just read it. It says, "T.Y." That's thank you. It says, "T.Y. I'm waiting at Dr. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut a lot for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it pneumonia." And then she has some faces. "Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Alex needs to take care of himself as well." Is that the text message you're referring to?
Where are you going,
Yes,
Jim?
sir.
And did Blanca share this message with you after Maggie was murdered?
Blanca ultimately she shared that with me. She first told me that, Maggie was worried about me, how much she loved me, and that she was worried about me, and had texted her.
Okay. Now you were asked, you can take it down, Doug. You were asked questions about conversations around the dinner table on the 7th about, well, didn't eat at the table, but around while you were eating dinner about Paul's health. Is that correct?
New poll.
That is correct.
Alec, I'm going to show you two exhibits, Defendants 179 and 180, and ask if you can identify these two.
I can.
And what are they?
This text from Let's see, it's a text from Paw to me on May the 30th.
And then, and what's 180? Exhibit 180 behind it?
That's a picture of Paw's feet.
Your Honor, we'd move defendants exhibits 179, 180 into evidence at this time without objection, I believe.
Without objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
All right, where are we going with this, Jim?
Do you have 179? Or we've got, let me put it on the Elmo, please.
Sorry, the audio oscillates so much. It gets really low and then it gets really loud.
Text message refer to Paul's feet swelling.
They do.
So if you'll do, you can pull it up. Like, go up a little more so we can read it. And it says, from Paul, and that phone number, is that your phone number?
That is. It's my phone number, 1227. My feet swole up. It has something to do with my blood pressure. Get me an appointment as soon as it's convenient.
And what's the date of this?
May the 30th.
2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And Doug, if you'll show the picture, I believe this is a blow up of the picture that's in this exhibit 180.
Holy shit.
Was that a picture of that Paul had sent you of his feet swelling up?
It is.
Is this what y'all discussed, when you're eating dinner?
Yes.
Okay.
Along with many other times.
You'd also, you were asked questions about your dad's condition and whether he was terminal or not. Do you remember that?
I do remember questions about him.
Okay, and gosh, Doug, I think it's the extended timeline. Is it states 5:30? Is that the right number?
States 5:20.
Wait, does
States
anyone know where
5:20.
Jim is
If you'll
going with
pull that
this?
up, please. It's already in
guesses?
evidence.
Sorry, I get so impatient.
If you'll go to page 14. And if you'll blow up the entry at 142.54 at the bottom of the page. Is this a text that you and we'll, do you recall this is the text that you and other family members received about your father's condition?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, and it says, Daddy was just seen by the pulmonologist in Savannah. His opinion is dramatically different from the other doctors. He thinks Daddy has pneumonia and needs to be hospitalized to be treated for pneumonia.
Okay.
He thinks there could be an obstruction, but is more confident that it is all or mostly pneumonia. Daddy is being admitted to Candler St. Joseph Hospital now. He will have a study done to see whether or not there is an obstruction, and his treatment will be tailored accordingly. Right
That was
now,
Paul's
the
feet.
pulmonologist does not. Go to the next page.
Paul. I love how Jim uses like zoom
not
ins
believe
and highlights.
That he'll be getting
Good job,
radiation
Jim.
treatment, and in fact, the pulmonologist says that the palliative radiation treatment to try to open the airway is a Hail Mary. In his opinion, would most likely not work. Then it goes on to say, if he is right, and this is pneumonia, is much more treatable and can certainly give the immunotherapy a chance to work. Is that what you're referring to?
That's the text I was talking about that came when talking to Jeannie Seckinger.
Okay. And and this wasn't a terminal diagnosis on the 7th, was it?
Not on the 7th. That was actually a little bit of positive news.
Okay.
That was short-lived, but it was positive at the time.
All right, Jim. Where are we
You
going?
can take that down for now, Doug.
Okay. Oh, Jim's got on a different tie today. He's wearing gold.
But
feel like he's
stay on
always
that
wearing a red
exhibit,
tie.
You were asking, if you'll go to page 46, please, the same exhibit, 520.
Okay.
Page 46. And if you'll
Who's Andy and
highlight and
Mayberry?
blow out the 90218, Alec Murdaugh's iPhone shows.
Oh,
Now, Alec, do you remember being asked about these steps?
why are
283
you
steps
reminding the
traveled
jury
during
about this?
this period of time?
Oh, don't
did.
remind the jury.
And I think you testified your belief was you're just getting ready to leave to go to your mom's house. Is that right?
That's correct. I mean, that would have been the time I was right before I left to go there.
And you were, looks like you had made some phone calls during this period of time, correct?
Okay.
Yes, the record show.
Alec, did you have Maggie's phone with you at any time between 9:02 and 9:06?
I didn't have Maggie's phone with me any time that night.
If you'll go to page 45, please.
Am I missing something?
You go to the entry at 8:53:15 to
Okay.
8:55:32.
Okay. I mean, Jim doing his best. His client is Alec Murdaugh. He doing his best. It ain't his fault. Tried. I just.
Can you go? You're missing it. Go up one more entry, please. The one that records steps, please. And then take it all the way to the bottom. Doug, thank you.
I don't know, man, but Jim just reminded the jury that he
is
did
evidence.
a lot of steps
And this is Agent Rudowski's
during the times of the possible murder.
timeline. And it says Maggie Murdaugh's phone, iPhone shows 59 steps traveled between 8:53:15 and 8:55:32.
Okay.
Were you walking with Maggie Murdaugh's phone during that period of time?
I wasn't walking with Maggie's phone any time that night.
And if you'll look at Agent Rudowski's entries, is there entry of her phone showing steps during any time between 9:02 and 9:06? Do you see any on this page from 8:53 to 8:55?
No, sir.
If you'll turn to the next page.
I still don't think it matters, though. The fact that he
Going
had
down to
283
your
steps during
steps.
that time, that looks really bad.
Is there any recording of phone steps, phone recording steps, according to...
And assuming the expert was right, the expert did say that certain things wouldn't have been logged onto Maggie's phone if there was no activity in like happening during that time.
The data we now have for Maggie's phone at any point in time up to 9:02.
No, sir.
I think what they need to pivot to, like, he hired someone to do it or something like that. Or someone else did it. But, yeah. If they can
Have you
find evidence that there are other people
asked
there,
SLED
it might work.
to get the data from the OnStar, from the cell phones, to evaluate whether your phone and Maggie's phone were ever moving at the same time? You made that multiple requests.
I repeatedly asked David Owens about that information.
And when you asked that question, were you aware that Maggie's phone had been located, down the road, a mile, or, half a mile or more? Is that right?
Yeah, I knew where her phone had been located.
And why was it important to you to get that information?
Because I knew that whoever had done this to them had Maggie's phone. And I knew that...
But when did he know that Maggie's phone was missing? Because if Maggie's phone was stolen off her body, then presumptively you would think that, the killer took it. So what do you want to track it like ASAP? So I want to know when he realized Maggie's phone was missing, not on her body.
My phone
In his new story.
and Maggie's phone and my car were never together. At any point in time.
Sure. Now, you have given inaccurate times in many statements to law enforcement in this case, have you not?
I did.
And we reviewed some of those in your direct examination. I mean, one was Paul getting to Moselle around 5 p.m. Do you remember that?
I do.
Were you lying to Agent Owens or anybody when you said Paul got there at 5 p.m.?
No, I wasn't lying to him. I mean, I thought that at the time.
And when you...
Most of the times or a lot of the times when I gave times, I qualified them and say, but, you can look at this. I pointed them to my office, to the call log, to the key card like we talked about, or my phone, or my own star.
And when you told the agents that you thought you got to the office 8:30, 9 o'clock on that morning of June 7th, well, you were wrong, right?
I was wrong.
Were you lying?
No, I wasn't lying.
He was just off by 3 hours, 4 hours.
And when Deputy Green drove up and you had the first encounter with him, I believe you told him that you had been gone to your mom's house for an hour and a half. Is that right? We just heard it.
The last one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hour and a half. I think that is what I told him.
Hour and a half. And that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was 45 minutes before that.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And when you spoke to Deputy Green, it was about, I think the records show they didn't arrive on the scene until 10:22 or something like that. Is that right?
That sounds right. I mean, I think that's what the records show. That sounds right.
And that were you lying to Deputy Green when you told him what time, how long you thought you'd been at your mother's and the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
No, sir. I wasn't lying to him.
Were you trying to mislead him in any way?
No, sir. Not when Mr. Green got there.
Now, you've admitted the first few questions that I asked you yesterday and multiple times today that you lied to Agent Owen and Deputy Rutland and Agent Owen and Agent Croft, and on a couple occasions about your whereabouts following dinner, correct?
I did lie to them, as we discussed repeatedly.
And you've explained that it was just addiction, opioid-induced paranoia you just couldn't shake. Is that right?
That's right. Like I said, there's certain things, anything, that make you paranoid, but I could get over it really quickly. But that night, I didn't.
And you had a bag of pills in your pocket, did you not?
I did.
And when you got down to the kennels, we're not going to repeat all that, but I mean, did you ever see anybody down there, anybody else?
No, there was nobody. There wasn't anybody down there when I was there.
And did you believe that the information, whether you were there or not there, would advance their investigation in any way?
No, I didn't. I didn't think that.
And why didn't you think that?
Because they were fine and doing good when I left there.
Did on the 911 call, Do you remember that the call first went to Hampton?
I don't remember that, but I know that now.
And what we played here in the court in your testimony was the Colleton County handoff. Do you recall that?
I do recall that. I think at some point the part in Hampton might have gotten played too, didn't it? But I know the main part was the Colleton part. But it was like a minute into the call.
But initially it went to Hampton, then subsequently it was transferred to Colleton.
That's right.
And then a minute or so into the Colleton call, you said, "I've been up to it now." Do you remember that?
I do remember saying that.
Yeah, maybe Jim trying so hard to keep track.
I don't remember saying that, but I remember hearing it.
Jim trying so hard to keep track of all the lies.
And that's, I mean, that is accurate.
Yeah, that's possible, Taxi. But we just don't know when the gunshot residue was deposited on there.
I had gone all the way up to them at that point. When I first got out, I was close, but I wasn't right at them, I don't think.
Right. You were asked about the roadside shooting, and your intent was to end your life that day, was it not?
It was.
I feel like Jim and Poot, they know, but it doesn't matter, you know?
And
got to represent your client.
And you were shot but not killed. And then you made up a lie to law enforcement about what happened, right?
That's correct.
Were you trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith by doing that?
Was I trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know exactly. It all had to come together so quick. I don't know that I was trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith.
Okay.
I may have been, but it was just, you know, I wasn't supposed to be there. And then I was.
When you say I wasn't supposed to be there, what do you mean by that?
I intended for him to, I intended to be gone. I intended for him to shoot me, and I intended to be gone. And the one thing, and
then also, this is like a high-profile case, man. Like, I don't know, Jim and Poot, they might be thinking like, oh, we could be the next O.J. Simpson lawyers. We'd be famous as fuck, you know, prestigious and all that stuff. So, I don't know.
My main concern.
And yeah, getting paid lots of money. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't fault them. They're just doing their fucking jobs, but yeah.
At that point was that I did not want Buster.
Like, it's the same thing why I can see why Elaine wanted to represent Amber Heard, you know? Like, oh, this is a high-profile client, so why not? Shit.
I did not want Buster knowing that I had tried to do that.
Okay.
That was my motivation in telling that story.
Buster got the same face.
Voluntarily.
Yeah, we're like,
convey to Agent Kelly and others that was a fabrication.
Oh, Buster heard me. He switched it up a little bit.
After, I don't know, a few days in detox, when I finally got over those initial, where I could function.
Thanks, Lisa.
I think I told you first, then I think I told Buster, then I think...
Wait. Oh, God. Jim's like, don't bring me into this. Oh, is it the detox thing?
Just where I could just function. I think I told you first.
Okay.
Then I think I told Buster.
Mm-hmm.
Then I think I told Randy and John, and y'all arranged either the next day or 2 days later.
You didn't tell Roro? Thought you were tight with Roro.
To come, and we called Ryan Kelly.
Many years, have you not?
I lied to my family about my addiction.
And you hid from them you were stealing client money, did you not?
Oh, I never, they didn't know anything about that.
And you've lied to your law partners about financial
who is that
dealings
guy?
and perhaps your addiction?
Yes.
And you've lied to law enforcement about not not going down to the kennels after dinner, but eating dinner and taking a nap. Did you not?
I did.
Poor Jim. It's okay, Jim.
Alec, did you murder Maggie?
Don't matter.
I would never hurt Maggie.
Don't matter what he says, man.
Did you murder Paul?
I would never hurt Paul. If I was under the pressure that they're talking about here, I can promise you I would hurt myself.
Oh, I thought he was going to say, if I were to murder them, though, I would have done it differently. I don't know.
Before I would hurt one of them.
Obviously, that didn't happen.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Oh, poor Jim. He tried. There wasn't much he could do.
You said that you were concerned when you talked to David Owen about the bag of pills in your pocket, correct?
I mean, no, sir, I'm not saying that I was concerned about that. I don't think I told you I was concerned about that. I'm just telling you that was a fact. I had a bag of pills in my pocket, and that was one of the things, that was one of the many things that came together that night.
And you're trying to tell this jury that as a reasonable husband and father in this situation, concern about a bag of pills in your pocket was more important to you than telling law enforcement and narrowing the time when you last saw your wife and son alive. That's what you want to convince this jury of?
Thank you,
sir,
Creighton.
Because, I mean, the bag of pills in my pocket was not what I was concerned about sitting in there. It was, as I said, it was one of the many things that was going on. But I wasn't sitting there worried about those pills in my pocket.
You were asked about requesting the phone and automobile data, and that was because as a prosecutor and a lawyer, you had been manufacturing an alibi to cover your tracks.
No, sir, that's absolutely wrong.
You admit you were wrong about a lot of things in what you told law enforcement about June 7th, correct?
I was wrong about things. Some things.
Some
You were asked
things.
whether or not you voluntarily confessed to Agent Kelly, but you only did so after being confronted with undeniable information, correct?
No, sir, that's not correct at all. What I was told is that, and I believe this came from Randy, what I was told is that SLED had come up with some information that seemed like it was consistent with my story, and they needed me to verify some things, is what they told me. And, you know, I knew that resources had already been wasted. I didn't want them wasting any more resources, and I told them the truth, but there wasn't any, nobody had presented me with any evidence.
And you just testified that you told Jim Griffin first, correct?
I believe that I told Jim Griffin first.
But at that time, you didn't say anything about those kennels, did you?
To Jim Griffin at that
Correct.
time? No, sir, I didn't.
When you testified on direct yesterday, and you were asked about leaving the kennels with your new story, in light of the evidence that's been presented in this trial, your words were, "I got out of there," correct?
I believe that's what I said, yes, sir.
And you also said during your testimony on cross-examination that you hurt the ones you love the most, didn't you?
I did say that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
In saying that, Mr. Waters, I just want to explain that answer. I mean, he just asked me a question about what I said, and I was going to explain why I said it.
All right.
As I told you earlier, you're implying to this jury and to me that was me talking about hurting Maggie and Paul. And that's not what that was. What that was is me saying, I know I hurt my brother, my partners, my clients, many of whom I told you I loved, all of whom I cared for. And that's what that was when I'm talking about how my misdeeds, how I hurt the people worst were the ones I loved the most.
I just asked you what you said, correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
You did ask me what I said, but in asking me that, you're putting an implication on there that I am explaining.
I just asked you what you said.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Step down.
Oh, thank God.
So I'll stand for a moment while counsel approach.
Oh, everyone get up and stretch. Get up and stretch. Oh, man, we have like another, 45 minutes? I wonder if they're going to bring another witness up. I know Harpootlian said he had like 2 quick witnesses that was going to go up or something. Whew. All right, guys. See you, Ragtime. Have a good one. What are your guys' thoughts so far? What are some strong evidence? What are the weak ones? I mean, I think there were definitely some stuff that was made into a big deal, and then later on, I think it just like ended up falling through. Like the tarp stuff, the raincoat thing, kind of just fell through. It's possible that the tarp may have been used to transport some stuff because there was like a fuck ton of gunshot residue. But again, this is like a hunting family, shooting guns. Like, I don't know, there could be gunshot residue everywhere, right? But I mean, some people harp on the fact that they're like, oh, but there's no blood or DNA or anything on Alex's clothes. Well, yeah, no shit. His clothes is gone. We don't know what happened to the blue shirt. Maybe the khaki pants, the blue, the Sperry shoes, you know? We don't know where they are. They're gone. He already changed his clothes. All right, we're back, all right.
Well, we've come to the end of this week, and we will adjourn now and resume at 9:30 Monday morning. Have a great weekend. Do not discuss the case or allow yourself to be exposed to any information concerning the case. And we'll see you Monday morning. Have a great weekend. Cheers excused. Everyone be seated, please. Regarding scheduling, first up Monday morning, Mr. Harpootlian.
Your Honor, we anticipate
losing this case.
having 4 witnesses on Monday. They would probably average an hour apiece. So I would suspect by lunchtime we would be, no?
No.
Early afternoon.
Early afternoon, I'm told by Mr. Griffin.
So that's before lunchtime?
Resting our case.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Waters indicated he'll have one or two reply witnesses.
A couple right now, Your Honor. Obviously, we need to assess that when they complete their case, but it would not be lengthy.
Listen, defense, we gave y'all a chance. We sat here, biting our tongues here and there. Things were getting worse, but we gave you guys a chance to present your case and to clear your client, and that did not just happen. It just didn't happen, Y'all tried. Y'all tried your best. And then your client decides to go up there and freaking testify, and I think that just made it look even more worse.
So that begs the question, what day next week do we do?
What? What happened to Judge Newman's son? What happened?
Well, it's all unpredictable. As we can see from today, it's pretty unpredictable.
I'm guessing. I'd hope Tuesday. I don't think that's going to be, if they have any reply witnesses. Wednesday would be more of a target. I'm just saying a target date that we can begin thinking about in terms of argument and charge. To that end, are you going to set a time limit on arguments, or are you going to just let us do whatever we want?
I do not set time limits on argument.
With that in mind, Mr. Griffin and I mean, they get two arguments. We perhaps would like to split our final argument.
Okay, I like that.
I think with 4 weeks of testimony in there, it's going to be difficult for one person to digest all of that.
I like that.
There's no problem with that, is there?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I would object to that.
Uh-oh.
Your Honor's rules and general practices.
I like when it's split up, but oh man, Creighton is like, oh hell no! You better one of y'all lawyers over there better do all your homework. Man, who's gonna do the homework? Griffin or Harpootlian?
Consistent with one counsel handling argument.
Your Honor, I've seen it done both ways, and 4 weeks of testimony, I think it's very difficult for one person, and we only get one argument.
I've never done it, and I'm not inclined to do it. I'll look it over and consider it, but I'm not inclined to allow the defense to split.
Shit. Jim's like, oh fuck, please, not me, not me, not me, not me. It's a lot of work for one person.
Closing arguments.
We would agree to a 2-hour limit. Does that maybe incentivize to look at this?
We gotta, Your Honor, please. It's so hard because my client has changed his story so many goddamn times. We gotta go back and memorize all the things that he said. We gotta make sure we have all of his lies. Everything's all lined up. They're lucky because on their side they had their story consistent all the entire time. But for us, man, we gotta catch up with all the lies and stuff.
We'll look at it. I'm not inclined to do it. It's unprecedented, as far as I know, in the state of South Carolina. Except perhaps where you've been able to convince someone to the contrary.
I actually objected to it when I was on his side of the courtroom.
Well, we have some days to think about that.
Yes.
Regarding closing arguments, I think we emailed you all a few days ago concerning any requested charge or charges that you might have.
Yes, so we'll get those to you this weekend, if that's acceptable.
We'll try to do that, Your Honor, but we're preparing witnesses. How about Monday night?
That's fine.
Okay.
Anything else before we adjourn?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, 4:49. We are adjourning for the weekend.
Woo! It's weekend time! Yes, we can sleep in! Who's sleeping in this week? I was actually really happy when we had the 3-day weekend. I was like, yes, no court on Monday. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, I want to know who this gentleman is back there. He's always dressed really nice and snazzy. Someone go to the courtroom and find out who that is. You wake up at 7 a.m. every day? I was waking up at like 6 a.m. and then, dude, I was like so tired. So now it's been pushed back to like maybe like 7:45, maybe 8. Yeah. No, KFC, let her go stay in Spain. Let her go rest in Spain right now, okay? She's chilling right now. We don't need to hear from her anytime soon. We got a good break from her. All right, guys. What are our thoughts? How was it? I honestly thought Alex Murdaugh was going to be on the stand for a lot longer. Oh man, you see that little the little handshake? No little huggy or anything like that? Bye, Alec. I will say though, Alec is really good at playing the victim. Like he's got the body language, he's got like the poor me, he's got the nice southern accent. Like he's really good at playing the victim, because sometimes I do find myself feeling bad for this guy sometimes, you know? Like, oh man, poor guy. But then you got to remember all the shit that he did. Because he's real, I feel like he's really good at playing like the dope, like, you know, like kind of a like just a big old doof, you know? Don't know any better type of thing. But when he testified, you know, you saw that other side of him. When you cross him, when you confront him with the lies, yo, he gets real defensive. No, I'm so sorry, but KFC in America sucks. It just does. What are we looking at? I don't know what we're looking at. Okay, guys, so wrapping up, this is, what is it, week 4 of the trial? Week 4, day 22, Alex Murdaugh just took the stand. The defense says they should be done maybe on like Monday, possibly. They got 4 more witnesses coming up, possibly an hour-ish each. And then afterwards, I believe that's when the state is going to do their rebuttals. They're going to have their expert witnesses to rebut some of the experts that the defense brought on. And then does the defense get a rebut after that as well? Maybe, right? So, and then we'll see. And then they'll have their closing arguments. And then the jury, they're going to go and deliberate. Oh, man. I wonder how long the jury is going to deliberate for. Judge? You can't bribe me like you have the other judges. I like Judge Newman. He seems like a cool dude, you know? The only thing is that, like, I feel like there are some judges who will be okay with having the person on the witness stand getting cut off a little bit if their explanation begins a little too lengthy. But, oh, man, I think Alex Murdaugh was talking way too much. I feel like he needed to be cut off a little bit. But anyways, you think he's excellent playing the victim? Yeah, because I'm saying that, like, we're seeing him on this behind the screen, right? But like, if you were in a one-on-one setting with him, he was your lawyer, and he convinced you, like, oh, hey, you know what? Ah, shit, I messed up, man. Like, I'm supposed to charge you like an extra 20 grand or something. Like, you might just be like, oh, okay, and then he'll like kind of go over the numbers, but in a way that's so confusing that you don't really understand what the heck he's saying, and like, you might just be bamboozled yourself, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like on a one-on-one setting, this guy, he might be able to get at me. He might be able to get my heartstrings. I don't know. We'll see. Or we'll never see. Hopefully never see. Oh my God. If we ever have a one-on-one with them. No, thank you. Oh, he'll convince me to donate to like his fund or something like that. You really like Judge Newman? He could rein in some bad lawyer behavior a bit more. I think he's doing pretty good though. No nonsense from both sides, the state or the defense. Now we know how good he was at swindling people out of all their money when he was their lawyer. Yeah, lawyer, friend, family. Like, it's crazy. All right, so just a little rewrap. So far, the super convincing evidence, of course, was the Snapchat video where he said he wasn't at the kennels, and then all of a sudden Paul had the Snapchat where his voice was in the background. So, but now that he's changed his story from, oh, well, you know what? I actually was at the kennels. So now that he changed his story to being at the kennels, I still think it looks really bad because, one, the timeline to me doesn't make sense. It's way too tight. And then, I lost my trail of thought because, like, all these men just popped up. Oh, hello there, guys. What was I saying? I was saying that, like, initially, I thought the kennels thing, the kennel video was one of the strongest evidence, right? We have that. But then now he's like, oh, wait, no, actually, I was at the kennels and that is my voice in the background. Okay, well, let's move on to the next one. The next one is how Paul and Maggie's phone had no activity after a certain time. And that coincidentally just lines up with Alex Murdaugh all of a sudden having activity on his phone. And the activity on his phone shows that he was taking like 283 steps between like a 10-minute time frame or something, which I think... was it not 10 minutes? It was less than 10 minutes, but it estimated to like 70 steps per minute. And that was way more steps than he would have ever taken during the time of like when he was running around the farm with Paul and stuff like that, running around the law firm, driving around and stuff. So that was a lot of steps that he had taken during that time frame that would have coincidentally match up with when Paul and Maggie were supposedly murdered. Oh my God, what are we watching? Jesus, what's going on? So there's that. The fact that they didn't find like blood DNA, or like maybe like Yeah, the fact that they didn't find like Maggie's blood, Paul's blood on the clothes that Alex was wearing, I don't think that was a big deal because we all, at least most of us, believe that he changed his clothes because the shirt that he was wearing that day, I believe those pants, the Sperry shoes, they're gone. They're nowhere to be found. Like they're just gone, you know? So of course they're not going to be able to test that for any blood evidence or anything like that. They don't really have the murder weapon. Murder weapon's like gone. Although they did find like a little bit of Maggie's like DNA on the gun, but I don't know if that was a big deal. The inconsistencies with the story about the 911 call. Initially, he was just like, oh yeah, I went to go check the bodies first and then I called 911. But then when he was confronted by the OnStar data and it said that he was only there for 20 seconds before 911, then he's like, oh, well, I changed my story. Now I actually went to go check the bodies. I actually went to go see the bodies and then I called 911. And as I was calling 911, that's when I was trying to, get Paul's pulse and Maggie's pulse. I don't know. That's a huge story change right there. The fact that there's witnesses that came up saying he was trying to coerce them to changing their story. So Blanca, Miss Shelley, they both had a bad feeling about it. And I don't know, Miss Shelley and Blanca, I don't know if they know each other because Blanca was working for Maggie and she mostly only stayed at the Moselle house and like maybe like the properties that Maggie was at. And then Miss Shelley was the caretaker. I don't know if they really ever crossed paths or anything. So I don't know if they would have time to get it together, like in cahoots to like, oh, let's come up with a story against Alex Murdaugh. It seems like they weren't really like passing each other like that. So there was that. What else is there? Oh man, what else we got? Oh, the fact that like the clothes that he was wearing that night, the one that he was wearing when law enforcement pulled up, how you ain't got no blood on you? No blood on your hands, on your shirt or anything like that from checking your wife and your son's body? Like, where's the blood? He did mention that he had blood on his fingertips. Like, I feel like you have blood all over yourself, but let's say he had blood on his fingertips. Where did that blood on his fingertips go? I remember Jim asking him that, and I felt like he didn't really answer the question because I never really got an answer to that. But like you would like wipe it on your shirt or something like that. Like what did you do with the blood on the fingertips, right? And then also, how do you not remember the last conversation you had with your wife and your son? So now that you admit that you're at the kennels with them, okay, great, I guess. But you're saying that like you don't remember the last conversation you had with them because the state was like, oh, well, how did you leave? How did you say goodbye? Like, you didn't just grab the chicken and just ducked out of there, did you? It's like, no. It's like, okay, so then how did you say goodbye to Maggie? Did you say like, oh, hey, I'm going to go to my mom's house? Or did you say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, goodbye? And like, he made it seem like he didn't remember. And he's like, well, I was probably just like, okay, I'll see you in a bit. It's like, how do you not remember that? I feel like if someone so close and important to you was murdered, you would run through the scenario of that day, that interaction that you had with them over and over and over and over and over again, in an insanely amount of time, over and over. Just ruminating about, your last interaction with them, how you could have done things differently. Perhaps you've been there to protect them. Yeah, and the interviews just look really bad. It's the lies, and it's just a lot, man. Like I know there are people that like are not convinced. They're like, oh, he probably did it, but there's no direct evidence showing that he did it. What kind of evidence do you want? Do some people need like, oh, I need actual footage of him doing it with the actual gun and blah, blah, blah. Like, honestly, you do not need that much evidence. You just need a good amount of circumstantial evidence. And maybe if there's some direct evidence, great, to prove that he did it. And so far, it's been him. And as far as like even entertaining the like, oh, there's so many people that's after Paul because of the boat incident, or maybe after the family because like of all the financial fraud stuff, until there's evidence that shows there was other people at the crime scene, unknown footprints, unknown fingerprints, unknown whatever the fuck, I'm not even going to entertain that because there's no point. Let's just go by what the evidence is. Let's just go by with what the evidence, let's just go by with what the evidence they have. Okay. How about that? Like, I don't know. There's no point in entertaining all these what ifs. Yeah, there's a lot of what ifs out there, but if there ain't no evidence, who cares? There's no point even thinking about it. Anyway, that's my rant. What else we got so far? I think that's about it though. But yeah, I mean, I'm not mad though. If you guys don't think that he's guilty, I'm not mad at you guys. It's fine. We all have different opinions and all that stuff. But I mean, you're welcome to, let us know why you think so. If you want to convince some people, go for it. I'm not mad when you do that. But yeah. Oh my God. No, dude, that Daryl guy he is insane. He is batshit insane. That guy is wild. Yeah. Oh, you know what I heard? So apparently he is going to file for an appeal. But lo and behold, a man that did not want to have lawyers representing him, who's going to file his appeal for him? Well, he decides to actually get a lawyer for that. You know why? Probably because he realized that he's not competent enough to represent himself. So now he's back to trying to get a lawyer to help him out with an appeal. Oh man, it's wild. It's crazy. Like I said, I initially, when more evidence was coming out, I was like, oh man, I don't know if this guy really did it. I think it's possible that he just hired someone to do it, you know, but then there's just so many things that everything just points to him doing it. And you know, like there are times that people do lie. But in this case, like him lying is just way too much of a coincidence. Like for example, did you guys ever watch, I always bring up this case a lot, but there was a trial that happened maybe a year ago, was it a year ago? Her name was like Danielle Redlick, and her case looked really bad. The headlines were like, oh, woman is jailed for murdering her husband, and minutes after she murdered him, she was on this dating app, like texting people and stuff. Like it looked really bad. And then also she like apparently lied to the 911 call, saying that like her husband had a heart attack, but then when they arrived, he was stabbed. And then she apparently calls 911 like maybe 12 hours after he was stabbed. Like that case looked really bad. Like there was parts where she was lying. There was things that she did that just seemed really fucking weird and odd. But you know, at the end of the day, after she testified, I believed her story. I believed her like 100%. I was like, okay, I could totally see that happening. Like I understand that we can understand that sometimes people do lie, right? And just because you lie doesn't mean you're automatically guilty. But there has to be other like circumstances or like other, you know, other circumstances or other like evidence that would kind of like, I don't know, that would just show that like it's possible that someone could lie when they're like under, you know, when they're like really under pressure, right? But just because they lie, it just doesn't mean that they're lying about everything. So I don't know. I believe Danielle Redlick, and she was found like not guilty afterwards, but she still went to like I think she still served for some other shit that she did. But yeah, like her lies were really bad. But she went up on the stand and she was just like, yeah, you know, like my husband, he's like really abusive, and this is what happened, this is what went down. And then after, you know, I stabbed him once and ran away, I didn't know what the fuck to do. I kind of just like, I tried to clean up a little bit, and then I was just like, no, what's the point? And then she kind of just like fucking zoned out or something for like fucking 10 hours. And then she ended up calling 911, and then she did lie to them and stuff. So sometimes people just do really weird, stupid shit, right? But in Alex Murdaugh's case, like, it's too much. There's way too much evidence against him. Oh, way too much. But yeah, anyways, if you guys do think that he's not guilty, though, I'm always open ears to hear what you guys think, you know? Right, because I remember seeing my grandmother for the last time 20 years ago. The lack of time points to Alec. Yeah, and his new timeline that he's constructing, it doesn't make sense. It's, again, way too much of a tight timeline. And I thought it was really funny how he was like, well, why would I want to lie about my timeline anyways? I knew y'all can get the OnStar data. Okay, so now you're gonna use that excuse. It's like he probably lied because he didn't think he was gonna get investigated or maybe even charged, you know, because he was getting away with a lot of things. Like he probably thought that he was gonna be fine, you know. There is that, and then also remember he wasn't arrested until I think over a year later after the murders happened. But yeah, I mean, I think him saying that like, oh, you know, what's the point of me lying when I knew y'all could have got the OnStar data anyways? Well, he probably didn't think that he was going to get charged. Maybe he thought that they wouldn't even get the OnStar data, and maybe, you know, he really thought it wasn't going to go this far, right? Hello, did you watch the documentary? I heard it was like 3 episodes. A-bomb. I haven't. I think I'm on like the middle. I'm in the middle of episode 2 right now. So. All right, guys. Well, thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Okay, take a break from the trial stuff. All right, just take a break. Do something cool. Maybe go outside, eat some foods, work out, do some gardening, do some yard work, pull out some weeds. That's what I have to do. I'm not looking forward to it. But yeah, hang out with your daggos, your children, hang out with yourself, play some video games. yeah, guys, just like fucking go do something, hang out, get some break. I will see you guys all on Monday. The defense, they're gonna have 4 witnesses up, and then the state will do their rebuttal, and then yeah, maybe afterwards they'll have their closing arguments. I think after the state does rebuttal, I think it goes back to the defense to do the rebuttal too. And I'm just going off with what happened in the defamation trial with like Heard and Johnny Depp. So we'll see. But yeah, I'll try to, if you guys missed parts of the streams, or if you missed parts of the trial, I got some videos on my YouTube channel. Feel free to check it out. If you missed out like the first, I don't know, I did like a video from day 2 to day 12, and then day 13 to day, I don't know, whenever the state decided to rest their case. But yeah, if you guys want to catch up, feel free to watch that. And other than that, join the Discord if you like. We have a true crime section in our Discord. Feel free to join it. And I stream on Twitch as well. So if you guys like gaming stuff, stop by the Twitch thing. You think he put his nails in his own coffin? Oh man, I need to pull a bunch of weeds. Not looking forward to it. Dude, it's raining so much right now. I just want to cry because like we hired someone to deal with the weeds, right? But we thought they were going to come and pluck the weeds out. But no, they took a weed whacker and they just like stuck it into the mulch and like whacked the shit out of it. And we're like, oh, like, does that work? Like, you don't have to pull them out? And he's like, oh, see, look, it's fine. Because he used his foot to kick around the dirt and, like, you didn't really see the weeds. But, dude, it's been, like what, 5 days later? I can see all the weeds coming out again. I'm just like, oh, just so fucking stressed right now, man. Yeah, apparently if you go to Ace Hardware or Home Depot, there's this closed loops thing that you can use to pluck the weeds out. And apparently it's really good. But I don't know, man. I might be with my hands and knees just plucking them all out. Oh, God. I'm getting, like, PTSD for all the weeds. That'll just spread the weeds out. Yeah, because right now my dirt is exposed. And I feel like all the dandelions, you know, the little, like, fluffy white things, I feel like the dandelions are spreading right now. And they just put their seeds in my dirt. Oh, my God. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's stressful. Hiring people to do shit is stressful. All right, guys. Have a wonderful one. Take care. I hope you guys have a good weekend. And, yeah, I'll see you guys later. I'll see you guys